Warning, the following contains material that may be too disturbing to some people. Descriptions of violence, mature situations, and adult themes. This is intended for mature audiences. Viewer discretion is advised. All right. Let's see. Hey guys. You guys there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I think Ella might be doing a thing. Hey, how
I'm
you
back.
guys? Oh, okay. How you guys doing? I hope how's the 2 weeks been, guys?
Been
The
good.
typical 2 weeks.
Typical 2 weeks.
How was your Valentine's Day?
That's pretty good.
Did you guys do anything fun?
I mean, not really.
Same.
Yeah.
I worked. That wasn't really fun. I hope you guys had a good Valentine's Day. So, what happened 2 weeks ago, last session? It's been a while. I've slept since then. Remind me.
We went shopping.
We committed minor crimes.
Odayn took a bath.
Someone tried to cheat our good statue friend, and
Yep.
and then Sha'ah managed to sell some wool, and because Lyram helped, Lyram went and paid the guy who tried to cheat him.
Just brought a guy back to life, no biggie.
Whatever.
Yeah. No big
But
deal.
he's not a Githzerai anymore.
He's a tiefling.
Yeah, he's red tiefling dude now. Yeah, that was sort of where we left off, I guess, was with him like opening his eyes. Well, I guess
We should pick up with them first.
Yeah, you think so? I was thinking about I was thinking about picking up with you first.
Yeah, I figured, but
No, okay. All right, that's fine. That's fine. If you want to elect us to start with them, we can do that. All right. Let's pull you guys back onto the screen we were using for this interaction in Shrackle Tor here. I don't know how you say the city name. Okay.
do you have the name somewhere?
Do what?
Oh, I was just wondering how to spell it.
I do have it somewhere. Let me see. Shrack. I don't know. I had it somewhere.
Slack lore?
Yeah.
I think I kind of remember. It's like
Hang on. Let's see here. Yes, that's it.
is that it? Okay.
Yeah, I had it. I don't know where it went. All right. Okay. So, while Vash and Ishu are resurrecting, reincarnating a guy, what are the rest of you doing?
Shopping.
Did we leave off with you guys right after that merchant interaction where he tried to cheat Lyram?
Yes.
I don't know if he tried or succeeded. I think he succeeded in it.
Now you guys were going to do some shopping off screen, right? Did you guys all finish that stuff?
Yes.
I forgot.
I did the shopping off screen. I did that. I don't
Yeah,
know for
same.
you guys.
All right.
Lyram bought nothing, as he is poor.
he has no money.
Same. No money.
I mean, I think he literally has no money though. Like, doesn't have 2 copper to rub together. I think I don't recall.
Let me double check. Yep, 0.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. So, Orilyn, was there anything else you wanted to pick up in the markets?
See, that's the thing is I sold a bunch of stuff so I would have money to buy an uncommon item, and then I forgot to look through the list of things to see what I want. And so I'm trying to pull up a list right now.
Yeah, that's okay.
Are there like any clothes stores?
Like you say, like clothes stores?
Yeah, because I feel like we've gone through a lot of difficult terrain, and I know we clean up our stuff, but I'm sure we've gotten attacked and all our clothes are like tattered. Maybe it's time to go buy some new clothes from Odayn and Melora.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely not a bad idea.
Oh, I want local clothes too.
I
Yeah,
make my
let's
own
go.
clothes.
Right. Why don't we go find some place to buy some clothes? And maybe we can get some for Vash and Ishu.
Yeah. I mean, you guys can certainly do that. So, I guess Agape is with you. You relay that to him. He can definitely lead you guys to like a tailor. Okay, let's see here. Let me pull this up here. So are you guys all basically looking to just refresh your fine clothes, or is there other stuff that you guys might want to get?
That's it, really. I mean, we're wasting time, right? Because Vash has that thing he wanted to do, and we're sort of just exploring the marketplace. I don't know if anyone else has any plans.
Got it. I know what I want. It combines clothes and a magic item. Orilyn wants a shiftweave outfit, which you can embed 5 different outfits into it, so she could just like swap whichever outfit she wants to show off.
Oh, right on. That sounds pretty cool. That fits with the whole seasons thing too.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well,
that's what I'm buying.
Certainly can purchase your shiftweave outfit. For the rest of you guys, the fine clothes, if you're just wanting to get one pair of like some fine clothes, you can do that. They're 15 gold each. They weigh 6 pounds, and you can carry those. Ishu is not here. He has a cloak of billing anyway. He's fine. That cloak is magic. Let's see here. So walking into the tailor merchant, it's probably a dusty old place that's tucked in the bottom of like a large building. It's like full of like almost like apartments, but they're not like living spaces. Some of the ones at the bottom are the shops. Above them are like a bunch of I guess meditation spaces, just empty rooms where people just sit and meditate because they don't really sleep here. Walking into the shop, the building's made out of stone, so you probably get the smell of stone and dirt and earth as you walk in. There's no windows in the shop, and there's a bunch of various, like at the front of the store. There's a bunch of various different attention-getting outfits, things with bright colors, more like exotic stuff. But 3/4 of the shop are basically the same set of robes over and over in different colors. There's a few blue, there's some purples, there's some greens and teals, but they're all the same robe, just in different colors. Basically, a bunch of monk garb. The shopkeeper just sits quietly at the front of the store while you guys peruse. He doesn't engage you all in conversation until you've picked out a few things and sort of like head back up to the front of the store. And assuming you guys don't,
I'm gonna pick out a nice bright, maybe red color robes for Vash. And
yeah,
and probably a step for me and Melora.
okay.
Are they all just robes? Are they different? Are there stuff that's not robes?
There's some stuff that's more like cloaks and hoods. Like 3/4 of the store is just monk robes, because most of your customers here are monks that need to get their robes for school or whatever.
Right.
But like the other 25% of the store, all at the front, kind of placed so that people walking in see it first, is all your different things. So all your different colors of cloaks and even probably some wools and exotic fibers you don't recognize. Maybe stuff we would think more of as like polyester or stuff that you've never seen before, that comes from different resource, maybe different planes.
I point at the wool, and then I tell Sha'ah, like, "Hey, look, Sha'ah, this is probably the place that you should have sold your hair."
Oh, shears. I should have sold it here.
Yeah, probably not the best place to just randomly sell it out in the street. But if you have more, maybe you can try selling it here.
It might take a while for me to grow back my wool. We'll see.
And I think it's in the same area, Orilyn, that you find your shiftweave outfit. Maybe you're running your hands along. They're probably set up on things that are almost like we think of like clothing hangers at retail stores. They're probably hung up on something similar to that. Maybe it's not quite shaped the same, but there's probably like a stand that they're sort of elongated on. And you're like running your hand across them, and when your hand touches one, it moves slightly, and maybe you notice the color change or the outfit itself change. Yeah, you find your shiftweave thing there as well. Continue. Yeah. So you wanted to get some monk robes. There's gloves. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff here. There's even some leathers. If you guys wanted to get anything like that.
I'm probably going to just ask Melora if there's anything that she likes. Because she's been wearing almost next to nothing, right, since we met her.
I mean, yeah, she's been wearing. I mean, she has like a robe. She's not wearing like rags or anything. It kind of looks seaweedy, kind of. There's probably some like a certain like seaweed texture to it. Yeah, she.
Odayn, I have an idea.
What's your idea?
So I just found this, and Orlin's gonna show it to him. and the shopkeep says it's called shiftweave, and you can have up to 5 different outfits that you can have it shift into. What if you got Melora one of these too?
Well, Melora, what do you think?
And
You
then
already,
you could have
you
5
already
different
have,
outfits.
she already
Yes.
has the hat of disguise. She can also just change her outfits.
She gestures to like a seashell that's sitting on her head.
But that's just, illusion. So I was thinking maybe something a little comfortable for her, a little more comfortable than what she's wearing now. I don't know, and then she can just change what it looks like. What do you think, Melora?
Yes, this one, each outfit it can turn into is real. It's not illusion.
Yeah, she kind of like puts a hand up to her face for a moment, like she's thinking, and then yeah, she nods. She says, I was just going to pick out a set of blue robes, but I like this idea better.
How much is it, Orilyn?
So the shopkeep, it's normally 100 gold, right? And the shopkeep gave me a discount.
So how?
60 gold.
Yeah.
Okay,
You had rolled. Was it last session or between sessions? I don't remember which it was.
Last session.
It was
She
either last
nat
session or at the end of
nat
last.
20.
Yeah.
Yeah,
nat
he
20,
gave me
yeah.
a 40%
Yeah,
off discount.
Yeah.
I'll give Orilyn the 60 gold, but in silver pieces. Here you go.
Right.
He just
I'll
casually
go
pulls 60
pay-
pounds of silver out of his pants.
Yeah.
I'll go pay for your shift weave then.
Sounds like a plan.
she'll go off a bit. Excuse me, we would like another one of these, please.
Yeah, the shopkeep is like sat like Indian style on the floor. He's not even watching you guys. He's got his eyes closed. He's just sort of sitting there. And he opens his eyes and looks at the fabric you're holding. And then he like unfolds his knees, slowly sort of stands up and kind of stretches. And then he just nods at you. He doesn't even say anything. And then he turns around, like walks into a back room. And 30 seconds or so pass. You hear some shuffling on the stone floor, and like the sound of like a crate opening, like the sound of wood. And then he comes back with an identical piece of fabric draped over like his arm. His arm sort of tucked to his chest, and he just sort of holds his arm out to you, palm open. The fabric's like draped over his wrist.
Palm open for all these silver coins. All right.
Well, he's like sideways. He's not holding it. He's not holding it like he's just holding it like a palm, like his palm open, but it's like perpendicular. It's not like.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's just showing it to me then.
Yeah, and like basically here, if you'd like to grab it and inspect it.
Yeah. Orilyn will look to Melora and be like, what outfits do you want it to be able to do for you?
She says, I'm not sure. I would like one of them to be like those blue robes there. And she gestures at them. You saw some similar robes being worn by the Anarch when you all went
went to see the Anarch. They're very similar to what she was wearing. And she says, and well, I'm not sure of customs, but I suppose something I can get the most use out of for each different one. And she kind of like quirks her mouth to the side, like she's not sure what would look right. And then she says, well, you're a noble, right?
Yeah. So I chose well, I have my my noble's outfit that I wear in the Feywilds. But I also got this fine outfit in Tim Tam Town. So I've got a little bit of cultural clothing to show off, and so I wanted these put into mine. And then a traveling outfit, a nightgown, and because I don't know if I'll ever be able to come here again, so I wanted their fine clothes too for here.
How does it work? Do you just choose the outfits at any time, or
Yeah, that's what a
can you
shiftweave does.
change your outfit as you wish?
Um,
What if you wanted to get rid of one outfit and then you exchange it for another? How does that work?
That's a good question. Orilyn will look at the store clerk.
He doesn't speak
So you
common.
said that there's right? I forgot we can't speak to them.
No,
Wasn't somebody with us?
you just walk
Agape.
Agape's standing.
Orilyn's-
You're in a store, so he's a giant unicorn, so he's standing outside. So he just cut to like Agape, just like a unicorn, just standing in like an alleyway, like a stone alleyway. There's like people walking by and stuff, and he's just sort of like standing there. Do you come outside to get him,
right.
or are you trying to get his attention?
Yeah, she would have gone out when she found the shiftweave and gotten him and gotten the guy to translate for her.
Yeah, like so. Basically, you to the shopkeeper, you walk up to him holding this piece of fabric, and you hold it out, and you're like, blah 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 blah. And he's like, and he comes out and he holds this other one, like, huh? Like, is this what you wanted?
Yeah.
So yeah. So you open the door and Agape is standing out there, and he says, "Everything okay?"
Yeah, we were able to
Yeah,
buy some clothes. Do you want some clothes?
Are you asking Agape if you want some clothes?
Yeah.
He kind of like tilts his head to the side, and he says, "No, I don't really have a need for them."
Oh, okay. Well, Orilyn and Melora bought these clothes. We're not exactly sure how they work. They sort of, according to Orilyn, they store outfits, but we can't really ask the shopkeep how they work. Orilyn was wondering if you could translate for us.
He says basically, you speak a magical command word, and this will change the form of the outfit. I've encountered this particular material before.
Is it just any outfit that you can think of, or how do you change it? Is there a set? We can figure out the details later. What do you think, Merlin? Shouldn't we go find Vash?
Oh, I'm looking.
I have these nice robes to give him.
Yeah, I'm looking at the description now. So it says 5 different outfits can be embedded into the cloth. So, yeah, I think here's what Agape will say. He'll say, you need to have an outfit you wish it to take the form of, and you can simply drape the material over the outfit, speak the command word, and it will absorb into the outfit and become one of the options you can choose from. you can select mechanically explaining everything, and like he's reading the description of the item in the PHP. You can select up to 5 outfits for each piece of this fabric.
Oh. So we need to buy the actual robes, Orilyn.
Smart shopkeep.
Well, I
Sell
already
one
have
thing that makes you
all
buy
the
5
ones
more.
I want into
Yeah.
it, so it's okay.
Okay. Well, so
Except for the one.
I've bought 3 sets of robes. One for Odayn, one for Melora, the one that she chose, and then one for Vash.
So you got Malora the blue ones, you got Vash the red ones. Which ones did you get?
I'm gonna get the same as Melora's.
Oh, okay. All right. Right on.
Which ones are the ones that the noble people here wear?
You're asking Agape that?
Yeah.
He says there are no nobles here.
Okay, your highest ranking people.
Well, I suppose that would be the Anarchs. They wear the blue.
Okay, I want one of those too.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So, Agape basically like kind of like tilts his head into the shop. He says, "Do you guys need help with the transaction?"
Lyram will walk up to Agape and say, "Can you ask the shopkeeper what these are for?"
Yeah. There's like a. What are you presenting?
He's looking around at all of the clothes.
What they're for? Yeah, there's not any pause. He says, well, they're for wearing. He serves the students mostly, but occasionally there are travelers or tourists that need to buy goods.
But why more than one set?
Why more than one set? Well, because there could be many customers. Many students wear the same color robes.
Interesting.
That's a fair point, actually, Vash. That they wouldn't just like sell the Anarch's robes to like normal everyday people. Yeah, that's probably a fair point.
Oh no, that wasn't what I just wanted to tease him. I didn't want to take it away from him.
Maybe it's like cosplay.
We'll say it's like here's what we'll say. We'll say it's like the Anarchs wear like a symbol over them. So it's like another overpiece.
Okay.
And this is just like the blue under, like not like undergarments, but under part of the cloak, like the total robe material, like the whole outfit. It's not like the part with their symbol on it or whatever.
Okay.
Gotcha.
I just wanted to tease him.
I mean, that's a fair point.
Sort of how if you just buy a camo shirt and put it on, people aren't going to be like, "Oh, you're in the military."
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry, where was I? Somebody was talking to Agape, right?
Lyram was asking what clothes are for.
Oh, yeah. So you asked why there's more than one, and he says, well, because more than one people may need to purchase them.
Why?
What do you mean? Why?
For what reason?
To have something wear to fit into their station, or the shopkeep could be selling them just to make a little extra money.
Make money or earn it?
Well, I suppose money earned through trade is earned. Selling goods, nonetheless. And I'm sure he quite...
I thought he made clothes.
Clothes are goods.
But he doesn't make money here, does he?
Oh, I understand. It's an expression. It means to acquire money.
Oh. Where do they make money?
I don't know that they actually make any money here in the city themselves. I believe
And how can they afford things?
Traders from off-plane.
This doesn't make sense.
Well, much of what is traded between the people themselves, money isn't required.
So I can have these things?
No. You're an outsider, unfortunately.
But you said money wasn't required.
For the people.
I'm a people.
The gift.
Am I not? The Gith.
Those born in the Formless Chaos.
Odayn looks at Orilyn. Is he a people though?
He kind of like tilts his head for a moment. He says, "I suppose you could become one if you wanted to take classes here, join a school, go through training. It would take years." He says, I do believe that students get their first robes for free.
I'm still in the pursuit of music. Music and magic. Quite similar if you think about it.
He kind of nods. Yes, quite similar. He like turns his mane towards you, and as the wind blows through it, you hear like music on the wind. It's a familiar song, but also you can't quite place where you've heard it before. And it fades quickly. Are you there?
Oh, Lyram is kind of done with the conversation.
Okay.
He doesn't have social cues like, oh, okay, goodbye.
Yeah,
It's just
sure.
he just stops talking.
Fair enough. Maybe that's a good time to cut to Vash and Ishu. What do you think? What do you think, Wolf? Do you think that's a good time?
Sure.
So we cut to the inside of Vash's custom-made quarters. They're Spartan, mostly just functional, except for the pile of diamonds and spell supplies on the main table. And we fade in on an image of the floor with like some pieces of the rune that you've probably like traced in chalk or something on the floor. And then we see the like silhouette of a humanoid as the camera sort of like pans out, and Ishu's looking at you, and we kind of like replay the same scene that we ended the last session with the creature's like eyes opening, and he's naked. We don't see anything on camera. He like leans up and looks at the two of you, and he like, and then he like catches his breath, and then his eyes go wide, and he starts to panic, and he's like trying to get up, and he's scraping around. He knocks over like candles that you had placed around him, and he starts yelling. He starts screaming like he's panicking. Yeah, he's gonna try to run away from you.
What language is he screaming in?
Not a language you recognize.
Right. I will establish the mental link. Before I do that, to Ishu, I'll just say, just give me a minute.
Okay.
Don't do anything.
All right. He's like wide-eyed
I don't
looking
even
at
wait
this
for
guy.
the reply. I just very quickly swap it over.
Yeah. Okay. What do you say?
Calm yourself.
He there's a start again, and he like looks around. Like he starts
There's
looking.
only two of us in here.
yeah, but you're talking in his head. You're not moving your lips.
Yeah, when he looks my way, I'll give like a slight nod.
Make a persuasion check.
Look at those. Yeah. Perfectly average.
Let me see here. Okay. So he starts again, and he like looks. He starts to like get up, and like he pauses for a second when you say "calm yourself." Like he hears the noise in his head. He understands it clearly. But he looks at you, and he looks at Ishu, and it seems for a moment like he's going to calm down. Like he's listened to you, he's heard you, he knows that something's going on. But then he sees his hands. And he looks down at these red hands and these like black nails at the end of them, pointed kind of like claws. And then he starts to scream. Like he just starts screaming. Like he's not trying to run now. He's just like screaming in horror at what he sees.
Out loud, Vash is just like, "Oh, this I didn't expect."
And he like loses his breath, and then he starts breathing really hard. And he looks at you, and then he's gonna, unless you do something, he's gonna start trying to panic and run again. Ishu.
Oh, good.
Ishu, like once he like starts scrambling, like he's gonna get up. Ishu tries to tackle him.
You told him don't do anything. God damn it, Ishu.
Yeah, I know you told him, but it's Ishu. Come on
now.
Yeah.
He's so big. He's definitely gonna be able to tackle this medium creature.
So it'll be a grapple. His strength is -2.
Cast a spell, Ishu.
Actually, that's a fair point.
Something.
Yeah, maybe
I don't know if he has that one.
He's got something like it.
Monster.
Yeah. I'll have him cast Hold Monster. That's fair. He's not a brawler. He might think just to do this. All right. The materials, a small straight piece of iron. So he pulls out a piece of metal from his robes, chants a few words, and traces a rune in the air with his other hand. And then this guy has to make a wisdom save. He succeeds. Holy crap. It's a natural 19.
So seeing Ishu casting and not knowing specifically what he's doing, Ishu, what are you doing? And then at the same time, through the bond, Listen, you're all right. You just need to calm down. You're alive.
What happened? Why? What'd you do to me?
Brought you back to life. Thought that'd be obvious.
No, you made me a monster. One of them.
Who's them?
Those creatures. You working with the slot? He like looks down at his hands. And he's like staring at them. And he's kind of like curling and uncurling his fingers. And feeling his nails on his palms.
No, I'm not working with anybody. We found your journal, meditation journal. There was some blood in there, and I knew I could bring you back.
What do you mean? Bring me back.
To life. You're in Shlaklor. Or wait, did we find out the name of the city from the people?
I mean, you probably would have heard it at some point, either from Agape, the floating city. You might have heard it called that. Different things, but you could certainly give him a name that he would recognize.
You might not look the same, but you are still the same person.
What happened?
Not sure. When we found you, you were killed over dead.
Right. He looks down at his chest and he starts like feeling it for a wound.
I'm sure I can see what he's doing, but I'm not going to say anything.
His skin is like flawless, like completely smooth. There's no weathering on it. There's no marks. I mean, it's like it's a freshborn body, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So it's in pristine, perfect condition.
And he's just an adult of his race, which would probably be, like 20 as far as age.
Yeah.
So he's got a lot more years to live if he was older than that before.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So he's just like taking it all in for a second, and sort of like he turns his hands over and looks at the back of them. He like looks at his arms and his feet, and then he realizes he's not covered, and he like looks around for something to cover himself with. He starts to like reach around, like
I don't
try
know
to
if I
grab
have
stuff.
anything. I'll throw him the blanket I use for my bedroll, I guess.
Yeah, okay. And he just like wraps it around himself, and he says, "Right, the slod. So
we killed them.
Good. And me, I think one of the red ones may have infected me.
It won't matter. This is entirely new. Everything's new. That's part of the reason you look the way that you do.
What happened to my body?
Well, I believe the companions of yours that we found put it into an acid pit.
Right. Good.
Do you remember your name?
I do. Slow Sea Joe.
Pull out the diet or the meditation journal and like hold it out extended to him, so he has to come and get it.
Yeah, he comes and gets and grabs it.
Vash hasn't gotten up. He's still sitting like cross-legged.
Okay, yeah. So he stands up to more of like a crouching position with the blanket still wrapped around him, and he kind of like moves over towards you and reaches out to grab the journal. He recognizes it immediately.
Yours, right?
Nods. Did you let him take it from you?
Yeah.
He doesn't like grab it quickly or anything. He like puts his hands on the end closest to him and kind of holds it for a second until you let go. And then he kind of holds it close to his chest, and folds it open and flips through it, and then he like gets lost looking at his hands holding his prayer book for a second. And
So I give him a minute to like think and be in his own head.
So he's sitting there for a second, and then you hear this sound come from his body, this weird, like, guttural sound. It kind of sounds like... and he kind of, like, he grasps at his abdomen and kind of, like, winces. He goes, "Oh, no, I think I'm still infected. Are you sure it worked?"
Completely sure.
What is this feeling? It aches.
So, as a note, he doesn't lose any of his statistics or like capabilities unless they were tied to his race.
So
if he was a monk who didn't have to eat, he's still technically a monk who doesn't have to eat.
Well, the Githzerai don't eat more because of their race. Like their NPC sheet doesn't say nothing about monk
I thought it was
stuff.
a monk thing.
It's just because they've evolved in the Formless Chaos for long time, and because of that, they're able to subsist off of it. So now that he's not a Githzerai anymore, I mean, with years of training, he could become a monk. This guy wasn't even that good of a monk. That's why he died. I'm just gonna be really honest with you. He's low level. That's why he got killed or whatever. But he could like become a monk have a thing where timeless body, I think, or something where they that's higher level.
Because Githzerai don't have anything that says that they don't have to eat. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah,
so I figured it was the monk thing.
It's because it's a setting thing that I did for the Githzerai.
Okay.
If they're not in the Formless Chaos, then they'll have to eat. It's basically
kind of like the other ones.
The Githyanki.
The Githyanki.
Yeah. So he it actually made him a little bit weaker. Like basically, I took the original sheet he had for Gith, and I just took away the Gith stuff and put on Tiefling stuff. I picked up all his Tiefling stuff. But yeah, he is still a monk. He technically still has all the like unarmed strike and stats he had. His intelligence or something did go down because like there is a Gith like intelligence thing. Yeah, I was looking at it in the player Githzerai class. So there was some stats that changed out, but other than that,
I either insight or medicine to know it's just a tummy rumble?
Yeah.
or to guess that. I'm sure I've heard people's stomach rumble before.
yeah. Make whatever check you think is appropriate. Yeah. He's really hungry.
Like seems like an easy one, dude.
You've heard Ishu make that noise a bunch. You're pretty sure you know what it means.
Ishu, do you have any food on you?
Why?
Because I want to throw it at him. Because I'm going to feed him.
But it's my food.
Ishu. You can have as much food as you want. Remember, you're never going to eat it all before we leave.
Fine. And he reaches in his pouch, pulls out some dried meat strips, kind of tosses it over to you.
Like hand them over to the guy. Locijo?
Locijo. Yeah.
Locijo. Okay.
So you hold him out, and he like tilts his head to the side. He says, "What?"
It's food. You're hungry. Your body is hungry.
What do you? What? I'm sorry, I don't understand.
And I squint my eyes at him. Sustenance, nourishment,
He kind of like
fuel.
quirks his head and he says, "I sustain myself on the chaos."
I'm gonna take up like a small bite of. I don't know what this is, so who knows what I'm eating? But I take a small bite of it.
He makes
Chew it.
he makes a face like he's disgusted at what you're doing. And he like pulls a
Ugh.
hand up to his mouth and like he smells something bad is the face he's making.
It's gonna be a thing. You can refuse to eat, but you're gonna very quickly wind up dead again if you do so.
You've turned me into some creature that needs to feed on the flesh of other creatures.
You don't seem very grateful for a dead guy.
You made me a monster.
Does that automatically make me a monster?
Perhaps.
I think you're the first rude of your type.
His stomach
Are you feeling okay?
growls again. He like grasps at his abdomen with both hands this time.
I better get used to that.
Please just make it stop.
The only way to make it stop is to feed the monster.
Yeah, you hold out the
I've been holding it out
Yeah,
this
yeah.
whole time, just like
Yeah.
wiggling it at him.
he like and then he just like snatches them from your from your hands. He's like
Now listen, maybe there's something that one of your anarchs can do for you. I'm not really sure. But at least you're alive.
yeah, he's just like chomping on this stuff. Like he's instinctively eating at this point. What do you mean, anarchs?
What kind of questioning look? You know what an anarch is, right?
Yes, what do you mean they can help?
I said maybe they can help. You'd know better than I. We've only been in the city for a day.
Do you think they can fix this?
Perhaps. I'm not making any promises.
I've never met face to face with a real anarch before.
I have a feeling I can arrange it. Or I know who can.
He nods. Does that mean I won't have to? And he like holds out the bits of meat that are left. There's not much left. He's been chewing through it pretty quickly.
Vash just shakes his head. Won't know until we ask.
He like pauses and then he puts a hand into his mouth. He's like feeling his teeth, and we see like the sharp like kind of.
Surely he had teeth before.
Yeah, he had teeth, but they weren't like this. They're different.
Oh, he's like checking out his canines.
Yeah. His like incisors
okay.
are a little bit pointed, because he's a tiefling. And then he like
Fair.
puts his hands on his like face and on his forehead. He feels these two horns. Here, let me show the people watching a little bit better view of this guy. And he feels these like two little horns on his head. And he says, "Do you have a mirror?"
Actually, I think I do. Let me double check. No. I will hold up the most reflective gem I can find from the bowl. And
Yeah.
that's all I'll have to do.
So he's like turning it, trying to get the light just right so he can see himself
Out loud to Ishu. Ishu, do you have the ability to make illusions like we've seen Odayn do?
He nods.
Can you make an illusion of him for him to see?
Let me see here.
I think it's
Uh,
create minor illusion, is what Vash is implying.
Yeah, I don't think he has minor illusion though. He
Oh,
has
okay.
like mirror image and stuff like that.
Yeah, it probably would work.
He goes. Well, I mean, I can make myself
he-
seem like a thing, like something else.
Does he have prestidigitation?
Can you do that with Prest?
He doesn't. So his cantrips are Firebolt, Mage Hand Mending, Poison Spray, and Message. That's his cantrips.
Non-magical trinket or illusory image. Okay.
Yep.
He says he has suggestions, seeming, greater invisibility.
Seeming, I guess, is what he's talking about, right?
Yeah, he's like,
I can
kind of make myself seem like a different thing, but it's kind of an important spell. I don't know if I want to just,
It's all right, issue. It's just if it was simple for you.
Yeah, he nuts.
So, and I start as we're waiting on him to like check his own reflection. I kind of explain what's going on to issue in common out loud.
He also has major
So that
image,
he's
but
not
it's
so
not
lost.
it's not on his active right now. So you're just like
I'm
explaining.
just telling him like he looks different than he used to, and it's freaking him out, and
Yeah.
he's not used to having to eat things like that. Just kind of explaining it to Ishu because Ishu can't hear us talking. So
Oh, okay, yeah. And yeah, you mentioned to him that the Anarchs might be able to like give him a new body or something, and
I'm just giving him false hope for now.
So
I
he
think
says
Vash knows that.
he says, what about my teacher? My family must think I'm dead.
They very likely do. We brought news of your demise yesterday.
Well, I have to tell them that I'm not.
You will. But it would be a good idea to go and talk to this Anarch first. They may, with the way you look now, not recognize you, and it would be good to have some authority behind you. Make sure there's no misunderstandings. This is why I did it here. No one could see.
Yeah, he nods. He says, yeah, that makes sense. They probably wouldn't recognize me.
Don't get too caught up on what's on the outside.
Why?
You're still you. You still do whatever you did before.
No, I mean,
Maybe better.
Why did you bring me back?
Vash kind of is silent for a second, considering how to answer. And then he says, partially, because I could. Your kind seems interesting. I thought maybe you might deserve a second chance.
Kind of like, you see, your kind seems interesting. He kind of furrows his brow, and then the tension in his face leaves when you say, "I thought you might deserve a second chance," and he just says, "Well, I suppose I should say thank you."
I didn't, just so you know, I didn't have control over what you look like. So, if I did, I would have made you the way you were.
I understand. I suppose it's better than the alternative.
That actually brings me to a few questions. Do you remember anything after You perished.
Let's see here. Take a look at the spell. I just want to make sure the spell doesn't say the creature remembers or the creature doesn't remember.
It specifically says they remember their former life. It doesn't mention anything one way or the other about the in-between.
Yeah. I guess here's what I'll do. I'll give him a roll, maybe, and see if he remembers anything. He's had some cloudy memory with exactly what happened when he died. Like you had to remind him. So let's see. No. He says, I remember a red slod chasing me. I was trying to get away, trying to find my way back. And there was a sharp pain in my side. And there's a lot of blood. And he's like closing his eyes and he's going through this thing. And then it was cold. And there was this light. And that's it.
Okay. You don't remember anything until you woke up.
It happened so fast. It seemed like it had just happened. And then I see this flash of light and I open my eyes and I'm here.
So I have the ability to an extent, look into your mind. Would you be alright if I try that?
He nods.
See if there's anything I can see. I will cast Detect Thoughts, and hopefully he will choose to fail his save.
Yeah. I think he pretty much trusts you. You just brought him back to life. So yeah, he'll choose to fail.
Took a minute, but we're there now.
Link the stuffs.
Spells.
Okay.
I'm going to tell him to concentrate on the scene and what he remembers of fighting the Slod, and then just kind of relax.
Okay, so he starts to picture what had happened, and he was traveling outside the city by himself. He was looking for a friend of his that was in like a higher ranking detachment. Like this guy is like not even technically in like the what you call like the military yet. He's sort of in like boot camp. He's in basic training. He's not really supposed to be outside the city by himself, but a friend of his had gone missing, and so he had gone out looking for him. And he's going through the motions of trying to track this guy down. He had sort of a basic understanding of where he had gone. And then he found him. And he found his friend, and his friend was fine. And they're standing there talking, and they're catching up, and something feels off. Like he can't quite place what it is, but the whole conversation feels off. His friend isn't very direct about what's been going on. Like he doesn't answer any questions directly. And when he asks him, when he mentions like a specific person or name or a specific detail, he doesn't answer quite how he'd expect. He's talking to this person, and he feels a sharp pain in his side suddenly. And he looks down, and there's blood, and he turns around, and there's a red creature behind him. He looks back at his friend, and his friend is now a gray slod creature, and realizes that he's been tricked. These things have probably killed his friend and taken his form. And so he starts to run, and they chase him basically, and they chase him for a while, until he just can't run anymore. The wound was so bad, and he was infected by whatever the creature had hit him with, and he eventually just died from exhaustion and blood loss. And that's sort of the ordeal of what happened. He was brave towards the end, albeit foolish in the way that he got into the predicament in the first place. And there is some regret there, and some sorrow about the loss, because he knows for sure now that his friend was dead, and that they were impersonating him.
Am I like seeing these images?
Yeah, you're from what I understand how the spell works, you can basically, let's see, if you probe deeper, gain insight into its reasoning, emotional state, and something that looms large in its mind, such as something it worries over, loves, or hates. If it succeeds, okay. Okay, yeah, for sure. That's fine. Yeah, you can see all this stuff like in flashes. Like it would appear on screen as these quick, few second long flashes. But you see it in your mind and have a basic understanding of all the events that took place.
Okay. I'm gonna prod him towards the light and reiterate in his head. You mentioned seeing a light near the end. Think of that.
All right.
And do I see it? Is there anything significant about it?
Yeah, you do. You see this really bright light. Like it hurts to look at it. It's painful. Like he's trying to focus on it, but it hurts your eyes. It is like it feels good. Like it feels warm, and welcoming and peaceful. And it's a weird sort of like safety feeling. And make a wisdom check.
Straight wisdom.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna give him one too. I'll give him the same check I gave him earlier where he rolled a 10. I'll give him advantage because you're helping him.
Okay.
18. Okay. So he sees the light, and it's so bright that you know there's something there, but it's just so bright he can't look at it. And he starts to like it starts to kind of like focus, and the pain starts to dull slightly, and you get a glimpse of of what looks like a mass of clouds. Like it's very distant from you, from where your viewpoint is. I mean, it just lasts for like a split second, but it's like this massive clouds that are in this big circle, and the light is coming from the center of like a central point. It almost looks like the clouds are like swirling around something. Like they seem like they're not moving now like rapidly as you're looking at them, but they seem like they've been in motion. If that makes sense. Like they're orbiting something. And this is in like a blue sky, right? Like it's not like outer space or anything. This is in like a blue sky. You don't necessarily like see the sun, but the sky's lit up, and in the center is this extremely white, bright light. And you do see like the tinge of like these golden palaces, these beautiful gold buildings that are sort of like reflecting this light that's coming from the center of these clouds. And the buildings are sort of like in the clouds, kind of organized around this central point. And you just get that image for a split second, and and he's going to take some radiant damage.
Oops. It's worth it.
And he winces in pain, and then he like loses it. Looking at it even for a split second hurt him so bad it pulled him out of it.
Okay.
Whoops. Sorry.
And
Forgot to
then
turn that
attacked.
off. Let me fix that real quick.
2 turns.
I was taking his health off and I hit the -1. There we go.
Okay. So, did that seem like minor damage to him, or is he like, I don't know what his hit points were or are?
It's
And could be a lot or very little. I don't know.
it's about. I mean, it would hurt you about the same way. Just put it that way.
Okay. So,
It's not
he doesn't
insignificant.
look overly bad.
Yeah, but it's not like it almost kills him or anything. No.
So I guess, do you mean basically it like ends the spell?
I mean,
It's only
how-
for a minute, but I'm not sure how quickly the flashes are and all that kind of stuff.
it pulls him out of the memory for sure. Like you might have a few seconds if the spell lasts for a minute. You might have like 30 seconds left to try again, maybe if you want to.
Okay.
Like try to talk him into.
Instead, I'm going to ask him, when you first saw your arms, you mentioned them or them. Try and think about it.
When you
So I'm trying to like very quickly learn what he knows about, I guess, tieflings in this setting.
he doesn't know anything about tieflings. He thought he was turning into a red slod, and
Oh, okay.
because
So that
he
makes
got
more sense.
scratched by one of the red slod. The red slod's the one that scratched him, and they're the ones that put the tadpole in you, and he doesn't really understand how it all
Coincidence.
works. Yeah, so yeah. So he thought you were working with a slod, and you would turn him, and he had turned into
Right.
one. Yeah.
Fair enough. I guess that makes sense once I understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll end the spell. I think I've learned what I needed to.
Okay. Yeah, so you end the spell, and he says he kind of like holds his hand to his head for a moment, like he's got a migraine, and he says, "Did you find what you were looking for?"
I've got some hints. Are you gonna be okay?
He
I hate to
stands.
have you keel over right after I brought you back.
He he stands up and kind of like stretches. He says, "No, actually, I think I feel fine. No injuries."
Did you see the buildings and the clouds?
I did. Once I don't know, you did something that it helped me push a little bit deeper, recall something that I couldn't recall before.
What I was counting on. Do you know anything about them? Any idea what they were?
He shakes his head.
No? Well. By the way, this is Ishu, my small companion.
He looks over at Ishu, and he kind of tilts his head, and he says, did you bring him back too?"
Nope, he's all natural.
And then he kind of like bows his head slightly to Ishu. And Ishu's like, "Yeah, hi," out loud.
Yeah. He says hi. Your companion, the one that you went looking for. I got flashes. I kind of know the situation. Why? How was he captured? What were they doing?
They were on a patrol.
Standard fare?
He nods. Our people have been at war with the Slod for a long time as well. They are a problem here for us. Constant threat. Always
Understandable.
always at the edges of territory that we frequent in the chaos.
Do they ever make their way inside the city? If they have the ability to impersonate people?
Thankfully, our anarchs and our guards and the blessing of the master has prevented that from happening.
Good. And we should be safe?
He says, to be honest with you, I'm not sure they could make it through the rings of the city. I believe it's warded against them.
Against them specifically, or?
He nods. Them and the liars, from what I understand. The staircase is, at least.
I heard that.
Have you
We've
seen
encountered those as well. And I'll like shift my body slightly to the lean over to the right, and behind me is sitting the pile of liar equipment.
He says, there's
From
like a
his
look.
perspective anyways.
There's a look of concern on his face, and he says, "Is that what I think it is?"
Some of their gear, some of the things they wear. Trying to
You
learn more about it.
you shouldn't bring that here.
Your anarchs didn't seem too worried about it.
Did you show this to them?
I had it wrapped up when we walked through.
Yeah.
But Vash is gonna say yes.
You're gonna say yes. Make a deception check.
I mean, Vash nods.
Yeah.
Technically, they saw it. They just did not see what was in it.
He said, "Did you show it to them?" That's what he said.
All right, fine.
17's
not
pretty
bad.
good. I'll give it insight, but he's only got a +5. Yeah. Okay. He says, "All right. Well, if they would know best. If they say it's not a threat, then they're probably right."
Doubt there's anything inherently evil about the equipment. It's just the way that they use it.
He says, I've never encountered one myself. Never seen the staircase or even left the chaos. I've just heard that anything from them can be a source of corruption.
Who says that? Is that something that your elders say?
He nods.
The anarchs as well?
Well, I've never spoken to an anarch, but Gigi, my teacher, has said this.
Dang it, not Fiwa.
Yeah, Gigi is the guy who
Gigi. Okay.
Yeah, it's Ghigi. The only other time he's been mentioned is when you brought up so one of you was like quoting the book to one of the other Gith that you met, and they were like, "Oh, teachings of Gigi" or something like that. Sounds like you've been following the teachings of Gigi or something like that.
Oh.
This goes back to the whole different schools of thought that we talked about in the city and stuff.
So to break this up a little bit, out loud to Ishu. Ishu, do you have any way to contact the others? Let them know that I'd like them to come back.
I mean, I can talk to them if they're within 120 feet.
Probably not likely after an hour, right?
Probably.
Yeah. All right. Well then. He's got no clothes. I assume we probably shouldn't take him out in public.
Yeah, we can just you can be like, all right, we wait.
I guess we're gonna
wait until the group
until
returns.
They return. Yeah.
Yeah, we can just cut to.
I happen to be bringing back some robes.
yeah, exactly, and they're red, just like the ones in his picture. So
Works out.
Yeah. So now we'll cut back to the rest of the party. Is there anything else you guys would like to do while you're in this tailor shop?
No.
You want to just cut to you guys returning?
Yeah, we're gonna go look for Vash now, unless anyone else has anything.
Yeah, there's any other shopping you guys need to get done, any other stuff we want to pick up, or just I don't know, if you want to track somebody down and talk to them, or look for a thing in the city, you can do that.
We can't talk to people unlike Vash.
You have Agape with you.
True.
Yeah, I feel like we probably wanted Agape to show us around, other than just shopping. But I don't know if we would
Like the magic shop.
for that.
Yeah, so we can have a montage of Agape showing you one of their exotic food carts.
The entire time that Agape is trying to give the tour, I'll give helpful things from my map to contribute to the tour.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. You did have that map drawn, wasn't it? Pretty accurate too.
It was until it got scrambled by the Anarchs.
Oh yeah.
I still know where everything is. The map just doesn't say where it is.
Yeah, okay.
Only tried to sell it to literally everybody.
So I guess I give an accurate tour when we're going somewhere, and I look at my map and go, "Wait, no, that's not right."
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, there's all kinds of different places. There's some districts that are more arts districts where there's a lot of statues and even some areas you might even hear music, and maybe Lyram gets distracted for a moment or two with this. And I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. These are a philosophical people, and I see you guys in the chat now. hey guys. And they definitely take part in the arts and that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of stuff going on in the town. But eventually, you guys do meander your way back to this humble-looking from the outside tent that the Anarch has set up for you, and make your way inside. I suppose, Vash, you would hear them coming in the hallway.
Probably during that time, I would have explained to him that there are I have other companions. They should be back shortly. We will wait for them to return before we go and speak to one of the Anarchs.
Yeah. I mean, he's
apprised that there will be people coming.
Yeah. He's kind of calmed down a bit now and gotten over the initial shock of everything being brought back to life and all that. So he sort of just sits and talks, and he's probably relatively friendly and open about information too. So if you're probing him for information, he's probably telling you. Honestly,
definitely. I mean, I'm still Vash.
Yeah. And so he's telling you the patrol schedules. No, just kidding. You know,
Yeah, whatever he's willing to tell. Like
Yeah,
it
yeah.
may or may not be important.
and all that stuff. Yeah. So what do you guys do when you get back?
When I hear voices, I'll say softly to Ishu, "Can you call him in here?" 'Cause
Yeah.
Vash doesn't like to go.
He nods and he gets up and he goes to the door, opens it, and kind of like peers out into the hallway. Sees you guys probably gathering at the door as you're coming in. Agape right outside the door. I'm assuming you all are still talking to each other. And you see Ishu poke his head out of Vash's room. He says, "Hey, you guys might want to come see this."
What did you guys do?
Well, you remember the guy that we found the body?
Yeah.
Vash may have brought him back.
What?
Just come see this. And like opens the door, he's like waving you all in.
Vash, we have a gift for you.
Yeah, so they come
I'll
walking
wait
in.
until I can see him. Vash doesn't really yell. So yeah, I guess you guys walk in and see a robed, well, not robed, but covered tiefling. Which have any of the rest of us? Has anyone on this team seen a tiefling before? I don't think we have.
I
We
mean,
can roll history.
Yeah, I guess maybe
yeah.
possible.
Orilyn
I'm
probably.
gonna
has.
assume that I haven't.
there's a
Thank you,
tiefling.
Alexa.
There's a tiefling at the front door right now. Apparently. Okay. Sha'ah, have you ever been outside of the Feywild?
No. Unless tieflings are common.
Well, I mean, they're super rare in the world, but I suppose like people somehow wander into the Feywild by accident sometimes.
Right.
So I suppose it's possible that you either knew somebody that met one or like met one briefly. They got somehow lost and found their way into the Feywild. Odayn, same thing. You might have even had a conversation with a couple of them. Maybe you're a bard. Maybe you've like played a gig with some, or seen some at a gig or something like that. Orilyn, no.
No, she lived too sheltered a life. I
Lyram,
considered rolling at disadvantage for it.
Lyram, you could roll 2, I suppose, if you want. Unless you're just like, no, I've never met one.
Lyram isn't really interested in them.
Okay.
I think Vash is mostly
They're not known for their music.
once he can see Melora to see what her expression looks like when she sees him. Being a god and all.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't look repulsed or anything. She seems curious.
How are tieflings like treated in this world? Just wondering.
Not super great. They're kind of seen as being like touched by demons, or it's almost seen as like almost like an affliction. So like when humans, because tieflings in the world are sometimes just born to humans in our setting. And it's sort of seen as like almost like a birth defect, or like if a noble family had a kid that was a tiefling, they might send them away, you know what I mean? Like to an orphanage or something. And try to keep it under wraps. So they're not treated super great. They're kind of thought of as being the result of like a demonic bargain of the parents or something like that.
Like opposite to a Tianchi.
Yeah.
Vash, why did you summon a demon for his life? What happened?
That's kind of rude. You just assume he's a demon?
Who's your new friend, Vash?
Well, you said you resurrected him. He doesn't look like the dead body we found.
Yeah, there's some kinks to the spell.
You're into kinks
I'm not sure
now?
why it chose this form. Really, I'm not sure exactly how that's determined, but
Did you probe
regardless,
him
he's
well,
alive.
Vash?
I'm ignoring you. Yeah, this is Losijo.
I mean, can you change his form? I mean, I guess you did so once already.
Nope. Not by choice.
So
He didn't really have control, he said, right? That's what you said.
Yeah. It wasn't something I got to choose. I got to bring him back. That's what I chose.
So when you wanted to bring Avachai back, is that what's going to happen to him too? You're going to turn into a demon?
I don't
think he would like
think
that very
so,
much.
but it is a possibility. Right? He's not a demon per se. He's,
Touched by one.
Sure.
Oh. Okay, well, what's your plan now, I guess?
Well,
this was what you were trying to do this whole time?
I wanted to make sure that it was... I haven't used this sort of magic before, so wanted to make sure it actually worked.
How does Wolfrijo feel about it?
He was surprised by his new look, but I think he's slowly accepting it.
He screamed for a while.
He screamed for quite a bit, but
nobody came
down.
to help.
I don't think anybody can harass in here. Pretty sure this is... I don't think it works like that.
Well, that's probably a good thing.
Is that why you brought him here?
I mean... That's all that says.
So, what are you gonna do now that he's back and looks like this?
Well, because he looks like this, I was thinking perhaps we take him to one of their leaders, the Anarchs.
Can he even speak our language?
He does not. I can still communicate with him, but...
Is he the same height
exactly
as Vash? Just randomly wondering.
I mean, technically, you could randomly roll for those stats.
Wait. What do you?
If you want.
What do you mean?
The new body is the body the same height as Vash?
Oh,
how tall is he?
For the robes, I mean, they don't have to fit perfect.
I think
it's good enough.
I mean, tiefling are. I think they're usually a little bit shorter than the average person, if I recall, but not by much. Like we're talking like 4.5 to 5.5 feet is like typical height. So they're adequate. The robes are adequate to fit him. It might be a little loose or something.
Anyways, Vash, we got you a gift, and I show him the robes.
It's more from Odayn.
Vash
he paid for it.
Looks at them and how very red they are.
Matches with your new friend.
Thank you, Odayn.
I mean, I know you like fire and all, so I figured red would be a good color for you.
Oh no! So tieflings are just as tall as humans, so
They're
height.
the same, yeah.
That's my bad.
That's a completely reasonable assumption to make. I think at the moment he might need him more. How much did you pay for him?
15 gold.
Well, we'll see if he can pay you back.
So
it's expensive. Damn.
This scene of you guys talking. So we see you guys in the background, kind of like slightly out of focus, and we hear everything you guys are saying. But in the foreground of the scene, we're seeing the tieflings sort of sitting there, like watching you guys talk back and forth, not understanding anything you're saying. And then like so he's like looking over everybody, kind of like we see him like silently like judging all of you. Basically, he doesn't have like any negative like looks when he looks at anybody. And then he looks over at Melora, who is looking at him. She's been staring at him the whole time. And they both sort of tilt their head to the side. Like he's looking at her like, "Oh, you're blue," and she's looking at him like, "Oh, you're red." And so there's just that moment, and then we cut back to you guys talking.
We're building a group of colors. Orlin's green right now.
Oh, we're the Power Rangers.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll be Zed.
There's probably a moment where his vision lingers on Orilyn too. That's a fair point. You are green. Anybody who looks like slightly different, probably Lyram too, and Sha'ah, really, because Odayn and Vash are the only ones that are just like plain old B-flat humans.
Right, and humans aren't exactly normal here either.
That's true. Yeah. So yeah. All right. Continue.
Would you mind just giving them to him for now? Maybe I can get him back from him once he finds his own clothes.
Well, he can borrow mine, but here's your gift, Vash, so that you can match with the people. And I give the tiefling my blue robes.
Thank you, Odayn.
You're very welcome.
And to be fair, Vash's clothes are tattered and messed up, so.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, I mean, you hand him the clothes. He's
Perhaps maybe you all should turn around so you can have a little privacy. I've already seen it. I mean, unless you're really curious.
Is there like?
I mean, I already saw it last night.
What?
What?
Orlin turns around.
Very.
What?
Yeah, Ishi's
Oh,
like, what?
I must have misunderstood. I thought you were. Never mind.
Yeah, just let's give him half a minute here. I don't think he's gonna book.
I know your quarters are fairly Spartan, Vash, but is there like a room divider or like a screen?
I don't have anything. I didn't ask for
like
any
that.
of that stuff. No.
All right. So yeah, I mean, he's probably not. He's probably not.
I imagine if he's shy, it's because it's a body that he probably finds disgusting.
Yeah, there might be some of that. Yeah. Yeah. So like you guys turn around, he gets changed, whatever. So yeah, you turn back around. He's wearing blue robes. I mean, they kind of look a little out of place with his red skin. They're very contrasting colors. But yeah, they fit adequately and they look good. And he seems a little bit better for it.
I turn around and I'm surprised that Vash didn't change as well. Oh,
no, yeah, Vash.
I thought you were going to change. I thought that's why you wanted us to turn around.
I only like to get dressed once per day. Maybe tomorrow.
Interesting. Okay. So.
And by the way, while he was getting changed mentally, I told him the names of everybody.
Okay, that's fine.
What if you got like drenched in something gross? I mean, you just wouldn't change your clothes?
Can't you do that thing that pulls the nastiness out?
Right, but what if I refused or wasn't there?
I'd tell you you're being rude. Oh, if you weren't here. I've had worse. I was once peed on by a monkey.
Okay. Okay.
It's an inconvenience. It's not a problem.
But
When you
where
walk
did
around
that
smelling gross?
rule come
For a
from
short
exactly?
time. It's not a rule. It's just I haven't given it a lot of thought or anything. I just don't
Orilyn's
see the
looking
need.
at you at disgust.
And
Odayn
where I
looked
come
really
from back in my
confused.
village, there was very rarely a day where you didn't get dirty in some way. That doesn't mean work
True.
stops.
True, but why the rule where you only get dressed up once a day?
Because if I changed every time I got dirty, the work would stop.
But you're not dirty now.
So there's no need to change.
Odayn's like slightly visibly upset because he doesn't want. He's like not like trying on the clothes that he gave him as a gift. All right. Well,
Yeah.
I guess later.
Are you all ready to go and see the Anarch again? I don't think we should delay
Are we
that
going
longer
to
than
go
necessary.
see?
You don't have to
see
go.
them
I just
again?
figured you might want to go.
I mean, I guess we should all go together so that we can head to the wizard afterwards.
Possibly. Depending on how this goes, maybe he'll want to see us.
Time has passed. Because I think at in the last session we had talked about we would possibly make it a whole day thing where they're
Right.
shopping and exploring and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Vash doesn't want to leave until the next day so he can reset his spells.
Okay. Reset your spells. You wanna rest.
I think maybe
Yeah.
maybe we should wait to go see Ubermont until after Vash is changed into something more presentable. Orilyn gives a pointed look.
That's a good idea.
Where did you buy these, by the way? I mean, they seem fine.
We found
Well made.
a tailor. Agape brought us there.
Do you remember how to get back to him?
I think so.
Is Agape with us?
Can you show me later
He's
on?
like right outside the hut.
Okay.
He's a unicorn. He can't exactly walk into a small little tent.
Right. Yeah. Agape is still here. He could just take us back.
Yeah. Why do you want to go back, Vash?
Well, I hadn't actually thought about it in a while, but my clothes are a bit tattered. I don't know
That's
about
why-
changing completely, but maybe I can have these touched up a bit.
Well, that's why I gave you new robes. Do you not like them?
They're a bit bright.
But
Did you see any that were in maybe mellower colors?
you said they were mostly bright, right? Ramblin'?
I mean, there were some things like in normal colors too, like up at the front with like the other tourist stuff. But yeah, I mean, you can have gotten like as many sets of different color robes as you wanted. It's up to you guys.
Did they
It's your
see
goal.
things that were like browns and
Yeah, there were
like,
probably
more
some
muted
browns
colors?
and blacks and stuff too. Sure.
Okay. I
Well-
think that's what Dunn was asking.
There were some whites. There were some white robes mixed in with the monk stuff even. There probably would have been all kinds of different colors of monk robes just for different duties.
Odayn just be like, yeah, there were some. I guess you just didn't like the one that I gave you. Whatever.
I assume I don't need to roll an insight to know that. I appreciate it, Odayn. I do. I just
Yeah,
I don't
sure.
prefer to call
Mhm.
attention to myself.
Right. No problem.
Technically, if these are robes that are worn like around the city, wouldn't it be better?
You'd fit in
Like,
better. Yeah.
aren't they all wearing bright clothes too?
That's only here.
Yeah,
I was
that's
just
what I
thinking
mean
long
though.
term.
So if they're all wearing bright clothes too, Orilyn would say, you would blend in here if you wore their clothing.
This is going to be a thing, isn't it?
You know what, Vash? Do whatever you want. Let's go to that elder lady. We can go deal with this guy, and let's talk to the wizard, right?
Anarch. It's fine. Yeah, let's go see her.
Orilyn will exit and go to Agape and say, okay, don't freak out, but somebody's gonna come out of Vash's room, and it's somebody that is from here, but you won't recognize him if you knew him before. But don't freak out.
I'll wait and then be the last person with him in front of me.
Yeah, the feeling that Agape emotes, that you just like feel coming off of him, is like a slight sense of apprehension. Like...
Confusion.
Yeah, like oh gosh, what did you do? Now I'm worried. But he just says, all right, I'll try not to be concerned. And he kind of just like waits expectantly for you all to like come out of the hut. I guess you guys are all heading over to the Anarch now.
Yeah.
I guess so. Yeah.
So yeah, when Losijo exits the tent, there's almost like a sense of relief that comes off of Agape at that point. He says, "Oh, well, why would I be concerned about this?"
Yeah, he reads.
You never know.
And there's like this sort of moment where Losijo sees Agape and bows much deeper than he bowed at like Ishu earlier. And Agape just kind of like lowers his head to he kind of does like a horse curtsy, you know, like the trained horse bow back to him, and he says, let's see if we can't get your old body back, shall we?
Is he still talking in the way that all of us can hear Agape?
Yeah. Like, he talks into your mind when he talks to you. He doesn't talk out loud.
He's got like mass telepathy.
Yeah, but he can do it to like everybody at the same time. Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, you can all hear it. If he's talking to you in secret, I will let you know. I don't see any reason he would, really. But I'll be like, this is just to you.
I guess to him, Vash will say, do you think that's actually possible?
Well, I suppose it's possible. The thing is, you can't summon a living creature into the chaos, but I don't see a reason why you can't change an existing one's form.
Oh, that will be very good. Can you take us back to the Anarch? And do you think they'll see us?
Yeah. He says, I definitely think they would want to see this. And
After you, horse.
He leads you guys back over towards that same building that we saw previously, where it's like a stone building and there's these pillars around the outside, but the pillars aren't like fixed to the floor. Instead, they're sort of like hovering in the air, slightly turning and slightly bobbing up and down. And yeah, you walk into the building, which is just like this big circular room, stone roof, sand for the floor. The sand has like these perfect rings, sort of like spreading out from the center, almost like ripples on a pond. And there's no footsteps in the sand except for when you guys enter. And there's like dozens of these lit candles around the outside of the circle, with the Anarch sitting cross-legged in the center, meditating. And you all walk in. There's sort of like
Is it the same one?
Yeah, same one. Same
Long
one.
job.
Yep. Long shift today, I suppose. And we see like a brief exchange between the Anarch and Agape, like a brief silent exchange, and then another as like Losijo kind of steps forward, and there's an exchange between him and the Anarch, and then the Anarch looks at Vash. Vash, make an insight check.
Do that. Great time to roll up.
Yeah.
Can I, before you do it, can I decide to spend my inspiration on that?
Sure, yeah.
All right. We're going to spend my inspiration.
No,
much better.
It's a little bit better. So when she looks at you, completely stoic face, no emotion. But then you detect like a slight reprieve, like a very, very slight kind of gratitude, and just a tiny little pinch of like genuinely impressed. But she's hiding it. There's just a tiny little pinch of just like genuinely impressed that you managed to pull this off. And of course she doesn't say anything. And and then she looks upon Losijo again, and kind of like she stops what she's doing and sort of stands up and like turns her head to the side and cracks it. Stretches her legs for a moment, and then plants her hands on each shoulder of his, and she's just like staring at into his eyes, uncomfortably close. He looks uncomfortable. She's just like just staring at him. And there's this weird sort of moment where where his ears have become slightly pointed, they start to like move down and round out. The horns on his head start to fade back into his forehead and sort of fade. His hair changes color. Actually, I guess I don't think he had hair before. I think he was bald. So it falls off. His hair just like falls off and falls to the ground. The red on his skin starts to flake and just sort of like drift off into the air, like a red smoke or mist or dust. And over the course of like 12 to 18 seconds or so, he changes into his previous form. And yeah, like Spider-Man. And he's still wearing the same clothes and everything. Yeah. And he sort of like steps back, looks down at his hands, checks, like feels on his abdomen for a wound. And then he does a completely 90-degree bow to the Anarch, and he says something. that you don't understand. And then he takes a step back. The Anarch, she just tilts her head slightly. She doesn't really bow. It's just like there's a slight. It's almost like an imperceptible twitch. More than yeah, back to him. And then she turns her gaze on Agape. They have a silent exchange. And then she sits back down. And Lucijo, now a Gith again, turns back to you. And he says, is the bond still open between you two?
Sure. We'll say yes. Back.
So he says through the bond, I can't thank you enough for this. It seems I really do get a second chance.
I'm glad that it worked out. You have your form back. He looks like what the body we found, right? Looks like him.
Yeah.
Right. Not just a random Gith.
Right. Exactly.
Glad it worked out for you. Just keep in mind that from what I saw, I think you weren't supposed to be out there in the first place, so there may still be some punishment coming.
He says, no, there is, but it's okay. I think it's better than the alternative, and I never met an Anarch before, but she seems not angry, and that is good.
Not only have you met one now, she knows your name and your face.
Yeah.
Make use of it.
Yeah, there's sort of this look on his face, like anxiety. Really? Like there's this kind of look of like, oh gosh, like they know who I am now. This is not good. And he says, I wish there was some way I could return the favor.
Just make it an interesting life.
He nods. And he says, she says that you all are to meet the master, and that he too would be grateful for what you did. And
that was the other part of the reason of doing it, if I'm being totally honest.
Oh, right. Of course. Well, thank you anyways.
Your kind has been nice, so we're trying to repay the favor.
Yeah, he nods. He says, well, I wish you the best of luck in the palace and on your travels. And if you don't mind, I would really like to go tell my family that I'm no longer dead.
Nod at
him. He turns to the rest of you and bows, and then he says something out loud you don't understand.
I don't know what he said either.
And you hear like Agape say, he says thank you, and that you all must be good people if you travel with this one, with Vash. He like gestures to Vash. And sorry, I couldn't say that without laughing. And then
there's a turnaround.
And yeah, and then the guy kind of smiles, and he turns around and walks out.
Wait, Agape, is he gonna return the clothes?
Oh, God. It's the only set of clothes he has now.
Oh crap.
So Agape says, "Oh, sorry. Did you wanted the clothes back?"
How about this, Odayn? Let's go to the place, and I'll give you. I'll buy you a nice replacement.
Maybe that's where we go to break.
All right.
Should have given him the red ones.
And like on break, if you want to pick up another set of clothes or something, you can. So,
I think, yeah. If you don't want to roleplay it, Vash wanted Odayn to take him back to the clothes store.
Okay. So we'll take like 5-10 minutes, get yourself something to drink, all that good stuff, and we'll be back in a few minutes. All right.
No.
Good stuff, guys.
All right.
All right.
All right, I am back. Let's see who these guys are. Hey, are you guys back yet?
I am, but
Yeah.
I think some people are not.
Odayn just left.
That's fine. We can wait a few more minutes. It's no problem. I just wanted to give a shout out to the chat tonight. Silver Tiger, I think, is from that's Silver Tiger's from the Friday show, Unknown New Orleans. So check that out every other Friday. There's some cool people too. They have their own Twitch channel. Brandon, the DM over there, has his own Twitch channel. A Wise Man Once, twitch.tv/wiseman-once. Wise Man Role Playing on Twitter. Check them out. Those are all cool folks. And also thanks for being here and interacting. That's super cool.
Nice.
Yeah. So while we're waiting on the folks to return, everyone having a good time so far tonight?
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like is Ella and Ferdy back yet?
Yeah, I'm here.
Possibly
Alright.
not Ella.
Okay.
For her.
Well, while we're waiting for Ella, it's no problem. This is why I should check before I'm just like, all right, I'm back. Let's see if they're back. What's the plan from here on? Are we going straight to the palace? Like, is that what you guys wanted to do? Or
Did you want to go back to the clothing shop, or I mean, we can go straight to the palace if you want to.
you can go to the clothing shop. If you guys
Up to
want,
Vash
if you want our
when he wants to do it, before or after.
Wait, so are we role playing it, or are we just
Up
saying
to you guys.
what happens?
Up to you guys. Would you like to roleplay?
We can hand wave it. I
I'll leave it up to Odayn. Or yeah.
think we can hand wave it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Okay.
If Odayn doesn't want the red robes back, then once we get there, I will just see if Vash will just see if he can exchange them for maybe a more muted, like purple.
Okay. Yeah, you should be able to do that. No problem.
And then we'll ask if the current clothes that he has can be repaired and patched. But well done, not where you can see it's been patched.
Let me see here.
As much as possible.
Jane could just mend his clothes. He has mending.
You could, yeah.
I think you have to have the original material that, like, to put. It doesn't make something in the hole, right? You have to put something in the hole and then it just reconnects it.
Yeah, you can.
So I guess we got the material. We could.
Yeah, for like a silver piece, you can probably get enough material.
Okay, that works.
Ishu.
Vash is like, don't take any offense, Odayn. I just, it's the right way.
It's all right. I know what I'm getting. I should have known better when trying to gift to you, Vash.
Aye.
Ishu buys his own set of child's sized red robes. Let me see here.
Kind of like that.
Okay. And I mean, he's still wearing his cloak of billowing and stuff. This is just, an extra set of clothes for him.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And there's that. Yeah. I mean,
I'm back.
oh, hey.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. And you haven't missed much. We just got back. We're just wrapping up the shopping stuff. If there's any other clothing you want to buy or anything at the tailor, Ishu got himself a set of robes. And Vash got his patched and the color changed on the ones that Odayn got him.
Isha still has his billowing cloak, or did that get destroyed? I can't remember.
He still has it. He still has it.
Okay, good.
He just got an extra set of robes. All right.
Probably buy another blanket too.
Okay. Let's see. Is there a price listed on blanket?
This is silver. Fair.
It says cost is 5 silver, but I'll say a silver.
5 silver? Okay.
Yeah, it seems like a
fine.
lot for a blanket. I'm gonna say a silver is fine.
Okay.
5 silver.
I thought silver was being generous, but maybe not.
Yeah, I feel like 5 silver seems like a lot for a single blanket. That's what the PHP says. I looked it up real quick.
Well, cloth in an era where they still make it by hand without machines would be
That's
expensive.
True. Yeah, that's fair.
Take some time. Yeah, I'll do 5. 4 more. That's it, I think.
Okay. So, as you guys step out of the tailor's shop, in your new duds, Agape is sitting there waiting in the alleyway for you. And he says, all right, where to?
Well,
Alice.
we want to meet the master now.
Wait, we gotta make sure Vash changes first.
I mean, look, I'm looking good. It's all repaired.
Wait, did they repair it on your person? Or did you change into
I think that's what
robe?
Odayn was saying, right? You're casting mending?
Oh, I thought you meant on my clothes, not your clothes.
Oh. Well, if Odayn doesn't offer, then I will ask Ishu if he can do it.
Let's see, Ishu.
Which now I know he can because you listed his cantrips earlier.
Oh yeah. He does have he has the mending cantrip. Yeah. So repairs a single break or tear in an object you touch.
I guess it would take some time.
Torn
There's probably multiple little things.
Yeah, but it's instantaneous duration, so he just has to touch each bit that's damaged, and it may take him like a couple minutes at most to do the whole thing. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, Ishu can do that. He'll also go ahead and fix the ones that he's wearing under his cloak of billowing while he's doing that. Okay.
Are we sure we want to meet the master now?
What did you want to do?
What'd you say?
What else did you want to do?
I had some other ideas.
Like what? Care to share?
I'm gonna look around. Does anyone seem like they're? I guess we're speaking in a language most of them don't know, right? There doesn't seem like it. Are they all people around us, or are there other races?
I mean, it's almost entirely Gith. Like, you might occasionally see someone from a different race, but it's like super rare. Like,
okay. Well, I hadn't used that magic before. Now that I know it works, I had some thought of maybe bringing back one of the liars so that we could interrogate him. I would need all of your help for that to make sure they can't escape.
Do you think that's a good idea?
Is Agape
with the right preparations?
Is Agape present for this?
We're outside the shop, so probably.
Yeah, I mean, he would definitely chime in and be like, that is a terrible idea. Like a wave of fear and like almost not disgust, because he's not disgusted with you. But borderline, like terrible anxiety comes off of him. You all feel it because he emotes.
That's just
like that.
Waves a hand at Agape. Dismissing him out of turn.
He says, if you can do this, it would be a terrible idea, Vash. It could.
Why? We might actually learn something. We've killed him before. I'm not saying we have to let him survive. We can learn what we need to and off him again.
Yeah, Vash can just turn into a demon like he did the other guy.
Also an option.
Agape shakes his head. Any knowledge he gains goes to the rest of them.
Oh. Yeah, do you really want one of those to know where we are?
That's new information for me.
They are a hive mind.
I mean, he'll be inside the room. It's nondescript. I don't know how he'd know where he is exactly. He'd have to escape.
Is it worth the risk? A single one of them in the city, it could destroy it. Kill all of these people.
Vash, are we anywhere near the statue of the master standing on all of their necks?
I mean, yeah. Probably.
Vash just kind of looks over at it and then gives him a really look. Single one could kill all of them, huh? Kind of doubtful.
It's the corruption of them.
All right, Course doesn't get a vote. What about you all?
I don't like it.
Yeah, I think Agape is right.
What if
These
he
things are
doesn't
after
answer?
us. They're trying to kill us, and we don't know anything about them. We don't know how to stop them. I mean, we know they die. We don't know how.
And you're
what's the most effective way to get rid of them.
And you're sure you want to set up a beacon essentially where they can communicate with one of their own?
Why don't we wait to talk to the wizard about it? Maybe he's thought of stuff. Maybe he knows why they're doing what they're doing.
Maybe he doesn't approve of it. We don't want to anger the wizard.
Yeah, maybe he won't work with us if we let you do such a thing.
Well, he can always do it after. I just thought. Right now, it won't cost us anything to do it. Later on, it would cost us quite a bit.
What's the difference between now and later?
Right now, everything's on the house, so to speak. I saw the bowl in my room. It's everything I could possibly use, and it didn't cost a copper.
Can't you just... Don't those stay here as long as we stay in the area?
As long as we're here, right? But you're saying you don't want to do it in the city.
No, I said we don't want to do it until after we consult the wizard.
Maybe the wizard would supply the things you need, and we could do it in a place he deems safer to do it. If he thinks it's a good idea.
You know, we'll wait. I'm fine with that. But y'all need to know when you need to take chances.
Very unvash of you.
We're here to see this wizard Ubermont to get help in a place that he is very revered. I think if we do something that would make him unhappy with us, he might not help us in any way that we want help.
I'm not saying you don't have a point. Very well. We can go.
Agape.
Kind of takes a lot of energy. Yeah.
So, yeah, Agape says, well, I'm glad that we've postponed that for now. Even one of them here, it could summon the rest of them back, for all I know. So yeah, he'll lead you guys up to the toward the palace, through the rest of the was it like 7 rings of Shrackltor, Shracklor, however you say it.
Lore.
I, as we go, Orilyn will look at Vash and say, thank you for consulting us all on that first, by the way.
For a team. Besides, I couldn't really contain it on my own if I'm the one bringing them back. Need you guys.
Right, you say we're a team, but you do a lot of things that you don't consult us first, and it ends up not being quite so great.
Ash looks affronted. Name one.
Using your staff.
Oh, what happened? Did I cut out?
She said using your staff.
No. Bad for you, good for me.
Yeah,
I saved all of you. Could have been worse. You didn't really see him.
Yeah, and I couldn't attack him either.
You were doing fine.
Anyways, thank you for consulting the rest of us first, and she'll move on.
Not a problem.
She's tired of arguing with Vash about
So after, it's probably like, I don't know, like you guys are probably hanging out in the lower city for the most part. Probably takes anywhere between 30 minutes to an hour to get all the way up to the entrance to the palace, and you're looking up at this immense building. I mean, we're talking like a skyscraper, but you're entering it from like the bottom. Coming up to the door, there's a few guards posted outside, similar to what we saw with the entrance to that ziggurat that sort of like teleported into the city. And the door itself looks like a heavily steel armored wooden door. There's no window on it or anything like that. It looks really heavily fortified, which might kind of seem out of place. It's almost like you're walking into the dungeons of this palace. And there's no obvious way. Just like from looking at the building, there's no obvious way to like a main entrance. Like this seems to be the only entrance into the palace. Agape stops just short of the door. There's a silent exchange between him and the guards at the door, who nod and step aside. Then he turns and kind of regards you all, and he says, well, best of luck to you all. I'll be seeing you.
Are you not coming with us?
He kind of like, there's like a soft laugh in your mind, and he says, no, I am, but the entrance to the palace has a way of making you confront your own demons, I suppose.
Hold on here. Is this like the stairs?
No. You'll see.
All right, I forgot that Vash had a problem with stairs. The stairs were fine for the rest of us.
Right. Yeah. But they tried to kill Vash for some reason. No, he says the the entrance here will separate us, and we'll have to face, well, our own inner torment. Should be relatively harmless.
That does not fill me with confidence.
Well, it's intended to help the people who are high enough in ranking, I suppose, reach enlightenment. It's meant as a way to understand oneself, to know oneself.
Don't they train for years before?
Yeah, there's another kind of like soft giggle, and he says,
You're
right,
just
but
throwing us into this.
We're just skipping right to the end. Oh, this is going to be bloody great.
well,
It doesn't seem that bad. We should just go.
yeah, Gavi's like, well, you seem to know better anyways, right, Vash? And there's like a soft chuckle.
The horse has jokes.
We survived Slods, and you're worried about stairs.
Yeah, he makes a point.
You didn't see the stairs, middleman. Let's go.
The one of the guards like turns like a handle on the door. There's like the sound of creaking iron, and then the door, he pulls the door open like a bank vault, and then inside there's just darkness. Like it just goes into black. You don't see stairs or anything. And Agape walks in, and then there's silence.
Just so you vultures know, if I don't make it, Aishu gets all my things.
Yeah, Ishu kind of chuckles. All of it goes to me.
I hope you're strong enough to carry all of that.
Including my staff. Use it all the time.
Don't
Vash
make
will go
it.
first.
You enter first.
I'll go first.
All right. So Vash walks in. He's like, including my staff, use it all the, and then his voice cuts off as he walks through the door.
So,
Who goes next?
Well, good luck finding his stuff in the wherever this place is gonna send him. And Orilyn will go through.
All right, yeah. You step through. Orilyn disappears. Ishu is like, I'll have no problem finding it. I'm sure it's just right. And then his voice cuts off as he walks through the door. So Ishu, Vash, and
Alright. Odayn's gonna go next.
yeah, Melora goes right after you. No hesitation.
Could be something to learn here. And I walk through.
Okay. So now it's just Sha'ah standing outside the entrance.
I go inside.
Okay, all right. You walk through. All right. Let's pick up with I tell you what, somebody roll me a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a D5.
Let someone else do it.
I mean, I can do it if you guys don't want to. Oh, look at that. We rolled
And
Definitely a
they were
four.
the same number.
All right. So, it's funny.
I was trying to remember what I had to type to roll one.
This will be interesting. All right. So, Sha'ah, you step through into the black. And yes, we have a black screen. Do not worry. You suddenly can't see. And you're moving, but it's hard to move. You feel things scraping against your fur. And it feels like tree branches. You can feel them like against your face. They're pressed in tight to you. You don't feel any leaves or like vegetation on them, but it definitely feels like sticks. And it's almost like they've wrapped around you, kind of. It's almost a little suffocating. You can't see past them. The broom is black. You just feel these things scratching against your skin like they're grabbed onto you. You have this feeling of unease that slowly fades to dread. We see those flashes we saw before of your family briefly cut between the black and the sound of scraping wood. And we see that same like tentacled face, that white tentacled face glowing in a sea of black, but you don't see anything here. You're just reliving those memories again. What do? Do you try to move or anything?
I think about like what that book that was read about like a peaceful warrior.
Yeah.
I think about that and I try to calm myself and stop moving. Be at peace. I think what was that thing? Oh, I thought we had it here.
Let's see Joe's journal, I think.
Yeah, the journal.
Yeah.
It's not in the handout.
I can make a handout for it really quick. I still have it written down in my notes. Let me do that. I'll just copy and paste it. Okay. And a lot of text.
And I think about my mother, my mama.
All right. It's in the handouts. It's a little bit janky with the spacing because I copied it from WordPad.
It just copy paste it. Okay.
So as you're sitting there trying not to move, make a wisdom check as you try to steal your mind. The branches grow tighter around you. They start to press into your skin to the point where it's painful. Your breathing becomes more labored, and you're struggling to get oxygen now. One of them wraps around your throat. You feel several other wrapping around your limbs. The sense of dread gets worse, not better. And now you see two glowing eyes in the darkness, not far from you.
I shout out, like who's there?
There's no answer. The eyes, you see them dart off to the left, like they're flanking around behind you. But you can't move. You can't turn around to see where they go.
I ask my my elusive dogs to move me, my Feyhounds.
All right. What's the ability and how far can they move? Yeah.
I'm going to do that if you attack, right?
I think I have to.
Do you have to?
I have to attack. So I try to
You can
hit
attack.
something.
Yeah, you can attack something if you want. You want to try to attack the limbs that are grabbing you?
Yeah.
All right. Make an attack roll. Disadvantage because you're blind. Ooh.
But I have blind sight. But it's still a 1.
Yeah, it is still a 1, yeah. That's a critical fail. Now here's my question. Do the hounds get to move you anyway, or do you have to hit?
Let me see.
Oh,
I have to
unrooted,
hit.
thanks for the
I'll
bits.
link up the whole. Deeper magic or gathered swarm. A swarm intangible nature says. Once in nature, you can cause a swarm to assist you immediately after you hit a creature with an attack.
So you do have to hit.
I have to hit.
So you try to
Since I have extra attack, can I attack?
Yeah, you got more attacks in your turn. Absolutely. That'll hit. So you try to get maybe you're using different limbs to attack. You try to attack with one and you can't budge it. It's whatever's grabbing onto you is holding that limb in place. You're not strong enough to move it. You lash out with the other one. You hear the splintering of wood, and you feel your fey hounds carry you, pull you from these limbs that are wrapping around you, and they wrench you free. And this is what you see.
Now I could
see. Give me 1 second because I'm gonna have to pull Odayn in here so that the audience can see. Because the audience see from his perspective for some reason. I'm not really sure how to fix that. But I want to. So let me just copy and paste him. But just so everyone knows, Odayn's not really here. So, what you see, Sha'ah, is you step forward. You see flesh grass before you. You're on the surface of something. Around you is just darkness. But the flesh grass seems to be at the top of some kind of tower. And around the edges of this circle, you see it's like a half stone wall. So it's a few feet high, like a lip. But just over that is the edge, and it tumbles into blackness. Looking around, you can see the flesh grass around you. Hang on, before you go moving around. Stand right here for a second. Yeah, you like it looks like the Feywild after the Lyres took over it. You can move around. You're fine. You can move around freely if you want.
Right.
Yeah, and you're still overcome with this sense of dread. You can't quite place it. But you feel like you're being
I keep
watched.
looking for my family.
Yeah, you start walking around, looking. Just for a fun fact, it's near impossible to find a centaur corpse token. So what we're gonna do is just put a centaur token on and put an X over it.
Okay.
So you do come upon the body of one of your relatives. Who is it? Is your uncle we talked about before? Is that who it was?
Yeah, Uncle Peter.
Also called Sha'ah, right?
Uncle Peter Sha'ah.
Yeah, you look down at his body, and the back of his head is just a hollow cavity. The skull's been broken open, and whatever was in there has been wrenched out. And it's clean too. Like you can see the inside of the skull, and it's just white, like no blood. I mean, there's blood around the body, obviously, but the inside of the skull has been cleaned. And there's this look of horror on his face. His eyes are still open.
Do I see that his head was cracked, or?
Oh yeah, I mean, there's
Or
a
is it
giant.
just?
It's a giant hole. Like it's almost like
Okay.
the back half of his skull is basically missing. Like it's a big enough hole to like remove the brain. To
Okay.
just pull the brain right out of there.
So there's no brain right now.
Nope. It's completely hollow, and not even just like hollow. It's like it looks like it's been like licked clean.
Oh. Like, curse you, aberrations. I look around to see if there are any traces of blood like splattering around, like a trail.
Yeah. Make a perception check or survival, I suppose. Investigation, maybe. Yeah, 28 is enough. You definitely pick up a trail. And there's an odd set of like footprints next to the blood trail as well.
Right. Can I use also survival to check which kind of like if there are also like if I could tell the footprints to be like humanoid or some bipedal?
Yeah, you can. Survival, investigation, maybe nature. Okay. They're not human. They're not humanoid. They're aberration.
Okay. The ones that attacked us, right?
Yeah.
Like from my
for sure.
I go into rage, turning into my astral self, and then I follow it.
All right. So you follow the trail like around this way. And yeah, I mean, you're going in circles, clearly, right? But all of this is sort of like dream-like in a way. Let me move that out of the way. And at some point, the trail of blood leads you somewhere. It's dark, but you see the glowing eyes before you see anything as it stares at you from the darkness. And do you see that?
Oh, up there. Okay, yeah. Oh shit, that looks.
Yeah, so these glowing blue eyes staring at you. The creature is wearing like black hood and cloak. So as far as its body goes, mostly you just see like silhouette. The tentacles are like spread out from its face and kind of in all directions, and dripping with blood. It's got its like mouth beak opened to you, and you see the glowing blue eyes just staring into you. The skin itself of this creature is like whitish gray. The rest of them that you had seen were purple, mostly this purplish kind of color. There's also some kind of like I guess necrotic sense about this thing.
Mm. I'm gonna mage hand, cast mage hand to let this mage hand form is like a dog, and then tell it to fetch that thing to take a hold of it. I mean,
Okay, mage hand. Narration, cast a spell, use your action to control. How much? I can't carry more than 10 pounds. This is a full-size humanoid creature.
I just want to check also if it's like a real creature or if it's just a illusion. That's
Okay.
the mage hand was for.
I mean, the mage hand makes contact with something, and you can also like hear the creature like in your mind, like, and it's just kind of growling in a strange way, and the sense of dread you're feeling seems to be coming from this creature.
Okay. I speak in undercommon or a deep speech. It's like, what do you want from me, and why did you kill my uncle?
There's a pause, and the creature laughs at you in your mind. It doesn't respond to your question. It just laughs. And you get like the feeling of dread, you get turns to like disgust, and like you feel the sense of like pleasure from killing, from pain, torturing, like the sense of like destruction, evil. Really, that's what it is.
I call out my patron. In the name of Sir Nunez, I will hunt you down. And I start heading towards it, and I try to punch it.
Roll initiative. Okay. And this guy's is +3. Okay. Ooh. Wait, so what's your dex?
Oh, mine is just a +2, but I rolled a 14. Oh, wait, yeah.
He has a +3 dex. So it's a tie. Basically, you both rolled 16.
It's a tie.
Yeah, but because his dex is higher, his decimal place would be higher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
First.
So you start to move towards him. He casts a spell on you. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, wow. You don't even get a save for this? Do you have less than 150 hit points?
Yeah.
All right. You are stunned. You can make a Constitution save at the end of each of your turns, ending the effect on a success. So you go to start to move towards this thing, and you can't move. You're paralyzed. You're trying, but your body just won't move. as he casts Power Word Stun on you.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's terrifying. You hear that laughter again as the creature uses his movement to move towards you. You call out to your patron before you get stunned. Make a religion or wisdom with advantage.
Okay. I'll do wisdom. Oh, what was it? Wisdom or religion?
Yeah. That's good. 20. All right. Let me find the thing. All right. So you call out to your patron. Whoa, what is that static noise?
Ooh, that's status.
I don't know. It just started doing it suddenly. I think it's about my phone. Sometimes when my phone gets close to my computer, it does that. So you call out to your patron, and you hear the sound of a dog growling from behind you. And there's almost a sense of slight hesitation from the creature itself. And if you could turn and look, you're frozen right now. But if you could turn and look, you would see something like this as this thing is sort of like stepping out of a portal, growling at this creature. The creature starts to make a move towards you. The dog lunges at it, grabs onto it. Make a Constitution save. It's your turn.
I use advantage for this one.
A 19. Let me see if that's enough. Spell save DC 20.
The hell? Okay.
So you go to try to move, and you can't. You still can't budge. The dog continues to like grab onto this thing, and it's got him by the arm, and it starts to pull him back. The creature like howls in frustration, and it won't take its eyes off you. It's not even looking at the dog. It's just snarling and growling at you, flicking its tentacles towards you like it's going to try to grab you. But the dog spins it around and starts to pull it away from you, like in the opposite direction.
Okay.
The creature... Yeah, the creature blasts the dog with something. You've seen these things mind blast before. That's what this is, but it's like way more powerful than the other ones you saw. The dog basically is holding this thing off of you.
Okay.
It's not going to be able to hold it for long. The mind blast has distracted it, and the dog is wounded. And the sense you have of dread is building. It's getting worse. Your patron tells you the time to run is now.
Okay.
This
But
thing,
I'm stunned.
Yeah. So take your Constitution save.
Fudge. How can I even save with this? Yay!
Yes. All right. So you break free of the stun. The dog is still holding on to this thing, trying to pull it away from you. The problem is the only way to go is over the wall into darkness. What do you do?
Okay. I see this as a sign that Sir Nonos is here to help me. I I just like lunge, jump from this wall
Yeah.
to the darkness, to the black.
So you see you like sprinting towards the edge. You know, you're not good at climbing, but your sheep body like climbs over the edge, and as you're toppling, you take one last look behind you, and you see the tentacles of this thing come down on the head of the dog before you lose sight of it, and you just fall back into the blackness. And that's where we end that scene. Somebody roll me a D5. Or I'm sorry, a D4. Nobody? All right. Oh, whoa. Okay. Whoa. Which one do I want to do here?
Lagging.
Do 3 because it was the only one that didn't. We eliminated the other options.
That's actually a decent point. 1, 2. Okay.
I don't know. No one knows who anyone is. So.
I mean, I could just pick, or we can just go with the first one. We'll go with the first one. That seems like the fairest thing to do. All right, so I'm gonna have to copy Odayn over here also. Okay. Lyram, you find yourself standing in a stairwell in a very familiar looking castle. There are like magical sconces, so it's probably like a greenish or bluish light that sort of reflects off the walls. You know this place. You recognize the stone immediately. It's the same stone that the audience saw back in Watan Tam. It's the stone that your creator built their own personal palace, pocket dimension, whatever you want to call it, out of.
Okay.
What do you do?
Lyram looks around cautiously. Other than the stone being familiar, does the layout itself look familiar?
It does. It looks like a stairwell in their keep, like a specific stairwell. Except when you turn around and look at the wall, the door you came in, there's no door. There's no door at the top of this landing either. It just goes to a wall. The only way to go is down. And much like a dream, the stairs are bigger than they should be. I mean, you're a auto gnome, but even for a smaller auto gnome, they're much bigger than they should be. The stairs, everything, it's very like in a dream, and you look down a tunnel, and the tunnel stretches out. You know, it's very much like that.
Well, that's always a bad sign. Yeah, he's a little bit disconcerted, and he's going to keep kind of looking around because this doesn't add up, right?
I mean, it's a little weird, yeah. You start to look around and get your bearings, and like looking down the stairwell, like say about, let me put on the right tab, about here, you see the shadow of a humanoid. You recognize the outline immediately. It's your creator, and you see like she's facing down the stairs. Her shadow is coming from somewhere, probably on the other side of this pillar down the stairs. And she's talking to someone, and we hear her voice saying, "Oh, it's just an object, really. Storing your soul in something like this is easy. And it is easy to manipulate and control. It is not truly living. And then there's a pause. What do you do?
He'll listen for a moment and try to think if there's any way his creator could have survived.
Pretty sure you butchered her with your own hands. Right? Like,
yeah, can I make an investigation? Yeah. Can I make an investigation check to see if something seems off other than kind of the obvious, this shouldn't be happening?
Yeah. You can make an investigation or, yeah. Okay, crit. It feels like a twisted version of when you killed her. Like, you remember it now. You went down the stairwell, you met her in her chambers, and that's where you killed her. Except, like, this conversation you're witnessing, it's also part of the memory, but it just happened at a different time. So it's like it's mixing together with like the time that you killed her, basically.
Okay. He'll look around and say, what is the solution? Who's in charge here?
There's no answer. Instead, you hear your creator's voice again, talking to someone else. It's not you. And she says, the trick with creating a homunculus, really, isn't about its form, necessarily, or the magic you put into it, but to give it an obsession, something you can use to keep it under control. Music, for example. And we hear a man's voice, and he says, let's see. He says, truly, you must understand that this is an old man's voice, too. And he says, truly, you must understand that this is heresy, what you're doing. It's an abomination. You can't make things like this. He says, look, Escoy, I tell you for your own good. Heaven will find you. You will be punished for this. And she kind of like scoffs and laughs, and she says, it is not alive. It is an object. It is no more alive than the staff you hold in your hand. Do not forget that. Do not treat it as such. And then like the memory like drifts off at the end.
I think Lyram is just gonna sit here and wait it out. He's just standing, waiting for the simulation to end.
You're refusing to relive it?
I mean, to him this isn't really real. So he's kind of trying to wait to see, okay, yeah, I get it. I've done this before. What's next?
Oh, buddy. Make a Constitution save. All right. You're going to take some damage. As you look down, bits of your body, like your metallic gnome body, start to rust in front of you. They start to rust and seize up. You take 23 acid damage, we'll call it. Your left arm seizes up entirely. You can't move it.
I look around
You get the sense that
again.
you ever played like Assassin's Creed, and you know, like you go
Mhm.
try to go outside the bounds of the memory, and it's like it'll cloud it or whatever. It won't let you do it. Yeah, like what Wolf was saying, the only way out is through. Now you can reject it. Like, I'm not going to force you to murder this person again if you don't want to.
Lyram looks around. Oh, I'll do it again. Just seeing what you have in store. And he'll go wander towards the voice.
Yeah, so we see you like start to head down the stairs. Let me move Odayn with you so you can see. And all the while, like you're watching ahead of you, and the way the light is reflecting and stuff, your creator's shadow is always just out of reach. Like you're always seeing it just at the edge of your vision, no matter how far you go. You don't quite catch up, and this goes on for a while, much longer than it should. Like logically, you're just constantly going down this staircase, and you're constantly hearing things like the conversation we heard previously, similar things about how like you're not real, and she's like created you as like a source to store her own power, and you know, occasionally we hear like this other wizard like trying to warn her or chide her, and you know, there's much more powerful wizards that have achieved true power a better way, and that this is inherently wrong and she should stop. And her constantly like scolding that person, laughing at them. And let me see here. Let me just pull this there. Pull this. There. And 1 second here. All right. All right. And at some point, you do make your way to like a landing at the bottom of the stairs. And you recognize it immediately. Like this landing, the way the light is reflecting off the walls, this is where it happened for sure.
He looks around. Seems right. And he'll keep walking until he bumps into her, kind of, wherever she is.
Yeah. You get to the bottom of the landing, and she's standing right there. She's got her back to you. She's like looking at a fireplace. There's no one else in the room.
He'll walk up behind. Hello.
And she like turns to you, like startled, kind of surprised that you're there. And she doesn't respond to your hello. Just kind of looks at you for a second. Make an insight check. Uh,
7.
yeah, hard to say what that look means. Maybe she has indigestion or something.
Are we continuing our studies today?
No, I'm afraid
We need to find the answer.
the answer is not your concern.
It is my concern. It's what you built me for. It's my purpose.
Your purpose has been met.
No, it hasn't been met yet. The goal hasn't been met.
The time
We're not there yet.
for our study has come to an end, I'm afraid. She takes,
But we haven't found the purpose.
She like takes a step towards you, and she says, "Well, if you truly are alive, then I wish you luck returning to the wheel." She holds out a hand, like palm facing you, and she starts to chant some words and trace a rune in the air. And she
This
is
counterspell.
okay, yeah. She starts to cast a spell, and you counterspell it. We see like pull up a hand, and like the magic that she's drawing into her palm fades, and then the look of like arrogance kind of fades from her face, and immediately her eyes go wide and turn to concern.
We're beyond that point, aren't we? You've taught me well enough.
Arrogant little creature, die! And she tries to cast another spell.
I counterspell it again.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna...
She snarls.
I'll cast Disintegrate.
Alright. Alright. So you cast Disintegrate. Thin green beam streaks out, punches through her. Like punches a clean hole through her torso. We see it hit the wall behind her, and like a huge chunk of the wall just turns to dust and falls on the ground. She has enough time to like just a second or two to like look at you. Like there's this look of panic and fear on her face, and then she turns to dust.
In that moment, it's okay. You're not alive. You're just an object.
And that's where we'll end that scene. Somebody roll me a D3, please. One, 2, 3. All right. Let's see here. Okay. And Orilyn. Just remember, Odayn's not actually here.
Odayn's actually present everywhere because he's the bard. We'll be able to tell our tales. Yeah, the Watcher.
All right. So, Orilyn, you find yourself in a clearing in the Feywild, much the way it used to be. There are walls all around you. The door that brought you here is gone, so there's no doors out. But the walls don't really seem that out of place.
I don't see anything on Roll20.
Really?
No.
I copied you over here. I got your token. It's representing you. You have control over it. Why not work?
Let me try refreshing Roll20.
Okay.
See.
Just give it a second. Let me know if it works or doesn't work.
It's still trying to load special effects engine.
Oh, Your token doesn't have vision for some reason.
Oh.
It's weird. I copied the same token, but it was blinded for some reason. Huh. Well, it should be fixed now. Whenever it gets done loading for you.
Yeah.
So I'll just kind of describe the scene since you can't see it. It's a very large clearing in the Feywild, kind of autumn themed. In the center of this clearing, you're kind of at the edge, having just walked in. Okay, I gotcha. And you see up ahead of you, Oberon, sort of just like standing in this clearing, and he's looking around, kind of this look of like content, I suppose, is on his face. And then he notices you standing there, and he smiles and like holds out a hand.
Does it feel like it's him, I guess?
Do you want to make a check? You make a roll?
Is it Arcana?
Yeah, Arcana or religion, or like if you think something else might fit better. Insight, maybe.
Do Arcana, because it's more of like feeling
Ooh.
for the magic of thing.
I mean, there's magic here, but
Yeah. Does it feel like Feywild magic or not, I guess is what she's trying to
I don't know.
determine.
Maybe it's been a while since
Yeah.
you've been in the Feywild directly this close to
Yeah.
Oberon here.
If he's holding his hand out towards her, she'll walk up and curtsy respectfully.
And he says, truly honored I am to have such a loyal champion.
How are you here?
He kind of tilts his head to the side and he says, what do you mean? How are you here?
Well, I walked in through the door.
He like looks around, kind of like smirking. He says, door? There's no door. Not in the Feywild. Silly. And he kind of like gestures around to like the area in general. And he says, we did it. We brought it back. It's all thanks to you.
How did I help bring everything back? I might have hit my head a little. Can you remind me, please?
There's this look on his face of kind of like concern for a moment, and then he says, the decision you made was the right one. I know that the cost was high, but it saved so many more people, whole world of them. Maybe even two. I suppose that remains to be seen. And he kind of like looks down a bit, like at the ground for a second, and then back up. And he says, he like steps forward and he says, I've never met an Eladrin so strong, so capable. How could I have not seen it before? Like holds out a hand to you again, like palm up.
She's staring at him. She's a little confused. She's still like really happy to see him, but she's confused because the last thing she remembers is telling Ishu good luck in finding Vash's stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess after a little bit of staring at him confused, she'll say, I'm sorry, the last thing I remember is walking into the tower of Ubermal, the wizard.
Yes. He helped you. He helped all of us. Without him, well, it was a long shot to begin with, I suppose. But look, all that matters is that we're here. The Feywild it's back to its old self. The corruption is gone. He like takes a step forward again. And there's weird sense. Make an insight check.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Yeah. Okay. So there's this moment where he seems grateful, but like this is very clearly like your perfect idea of him being grateful. Like he's coming at you, he's going to embrace you like romantically. And it's all this is just a little too good to be true, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Her heart's all fluttering, and she's probably got a blush forming as he did move closer. I'm really confused right now.
He says, he says, it's okay to be confused. There's like a hesitation. And he says, things have changed for the better. But look, I know that you dreamed of becoming a consort, for lack of better words.
Wait, what?
He
Who
says,
said anything about that?
hold on, hold on. It's okay. The thing is, I don't need a new consort, but the court could use a new queen. And then he like tries to like kiss you, basically.
She is like the blush that started forming, like her face is, it went from green to tomato. and she's like not sure what's going on, so she's standing there.
So he like leans in to kiss you, and then there's this weird pause. You hear this strange noise that comes from, like, he opens his mouth like to kiss you. You hear this strange noise that comes from his mouth. And then his face starts to stretch and pull, and his lower jaw gets lower and lower, and his eyes go blank. And he's staring at you with this horrible open mouth, just terribly evil, vacant look. Like his cheeks suck in. His mouth opens so wide, it's like not possible. Like his head pulls and distorts, and the skin stretches. The eyes go black as he changes before you into a horrific monstrosity.
I don't suppose I have time to do anything once he starts doing that, do I?
You can roll initiative and see.
Okay.
16. Let us see what he rolls. Oops. He rolled a 6. It showed up on the GM layer by accident. Let me go ahead and make these public. So yes, you do have time to react because you rolled higher.
All right. First thing that's happening is Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me turn on the fight music here. There we go. All right, cast your Eldritch Blast.
And she did not have a chance to like use her bow at all, so it's just coming right out of her hand for this one.
A 13 misses.
Right.
So you try to get one, but he's too close. Also, it's disadvantage, I think, because it's ranged.
Oh, right, because he's that the second roll would be the disadvantage, and then here's the other blast.
16 also misses. 14 does not hit.
That one could have been a crit.
So yeah. So you try to blast him, and they just shoot off in different directions. As this horrible creature stares at you. Let's see. Is that the end of your turn?
Technically, no. I guess I still have a bonus action. She doesn't like how close this thing that pretended to be Oberon is, so she's going to face step.
All right.
Guess further away from it is better. So yeah, she'll face step down there.
Okay. Okay, how far away does that put you? 30 feet exactly. All right. So, creature with... Okay, so... Is that the end of your turn?
Technically, I could keep moving, but there's a wall here.
Yeah, I mean, you can flank up to the right if you're wanting to try to get some more distance. That might help. Right? Because it's probably, like... Because he's not exactly center, but if you were to get, like, here, you'd be 40 feet away, right? Like, if you were to go...
Yeah, I could also have gone, like, up this way and then...
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah, she'll have done that.
All right, so as soon as you get a good distance away from it, you can tell that there's some kind of aura coming off this thing. You didn't notice it because he changed into it so fast, but now that you've gotten outside of that aura, you can tell there's some kind of like anti-life aura thing going on with this thing. If you had stayed closer to it, it probably would be pulling your life force out of you right now.
Wonderful.
Okay. Oh, there was another thing I was supposed to do too, but it's too late. All right. Is that end of your turn?
Yeah, because she did a bonus and move.
Okay. The creature. I gotta look at this something. All right. I need you to make a DC 13 con save. As this creature looks at you, like it just gazes at you, and this sense of evil and
that
horror.
wasn't supposed to be with disadvantage.
That's all right.
This isn't charm related, right?
Nope. I'll link the ability
Okay,
here.
good.
Now you know what it is. I don't know if that's good or bad. That's
It's
fine.
okay. I don't know what Bodak is.
Bodak. It's not a good thing. So you failed. So you take 19 necrotic damage. Now he's going to try to move towards you, I think. That is his action, so he can't really do much else, but he can move to there.
So theoretically, she sees not a wall, right?
I mean, you see the wall. It's just that the wall doesn't necessarily seem out of place.
Okay.
Like, you see the wall there. You know you can't go any
Well,
further.
Feywild has gotten very small. Okay, because I was gonna say I could have done a reaction there if she could have gone farther away.
If you had a reaction that you meant to do, it's okay. It's okay. You can do it.
Well, I said because if she didn't actually know the wall was there, then she would have used her reaction to Misty escape further away. But because the wall is there and she knows it's there,
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, you
because he
wouldn't
did
waste
it before he moved too. So
Well, that is his turn. At the start of your turn. Oh boy. When a creature that can see its eyes. Oh, I guess you wouldn't really know until the first time, I suppose. You're looking at this thing, right? Or you can be like, I can be like this. When you make eye contact with this thing, something feels wrong. It's painful to look directly at it. So I need to know, do you look at it or do you avert your eyes?
I think she's trying to figure out how to get out of this mess. So she's probably looking around for where to go next.
Okay.
And just keeping it in her peripherals so that she can kind of like know where it's at, but she's not looking at it.
All right. Well, then it's your turn. Nothing happens. But if you go to attack this thing, it's disadvantage because you're not looking at it.
Yeah.
You can choose to look at it to make your attacks, but you're going to suffer the consequences of looking at it the instant that happens.
Yeah. I'm just she's trying to look for how to get away from it.
There are no doors. The wall is really high for you. You're like it's almost like a coliseum. It's like a fight to the death, basically. Like there's no way out.
Yeah. Yeah, she doesn't like that there's a wall at her back, so she's gonna move down here and then turn around and shoot at it with her bow.
Yeah. Do.
Alright, and this is disadvantage, right?
Yeah, I mean, unless you want to change your mind and say I'll look at it to make these shots.
Oh, right, yeah, she's looking at it, so it wouldn't be disadvantage. Sorry.
All right, so you're going to look at it.
I have to roll.
When you look at it, I need you to make a DC 13 con save. Oh,
Nope.
man. That's a fail by 5 or more. So here's what happens. You look at this thing and you pull back your bow to make a shot. And here's what we, the audience, see. Now, I'm going to link the ability after I describe this, just so you know. We see you like look at it, you pull back your bow to like make the shot. We see like the magical arrows start to form, and then your arms go slack. And then we watch like your face turn pale, like the life force is being sucked out of it. And then it starts to shrivel up, and then you we see you like fall to the ground. Here's the ability. You're reduced to 0 hit points. You fail by 5 or more. DC is 13.
Wow.
Now, don't worry, you're not actually dead. This is a mental thing. This is all a dream-like scenario. However, there'll be a thing that happens. We can talk about it. That is where we end that scene. So we still have 1, 2. Somebody roll me a D2. 1. All right. Let me grab Odayn. Okay. Vash. You find yourself in a tower room. Ahead of you, you see a stairwell. It circles going up. The way up is very far. You get the sense of like an opening somewhere way up there, but it's real far. I mean, if you're looking up, you can barely see it. There is a torch lighting the area around you. In the center of the stairwell, there's this metallic like pole that seems to run straight up. It's not like attached to the stairwell at all. It just sort of goes in the middle where the stairwell goes around it. The floor of the room is like aged and cracked. On the walls going up the stairwell are all these like strange depictions. A lot of them seem to be depicting like battles, perhaps like historically famous battles in the world. In the room with you, sitting at a glass table, you see Nurnum. He is sitting there. He's got a set of tarot cards, and he's stacking them into like a pyramid-shaped structure, like a house of cards kind of situation. He like notices that you're there, and he sort of stands up slowly and takes a step away from the table. And then he says, finally, you made it.
Oh, bloody hell. What are you doing here? I was promised some inner demons.
Well, it's complicated. I'm not really here, per se. It's more of an echo. And he sort of like gestures around at the room left on this place from a previous visit when the master was in the world instead of the Feywild.
You call him the master.
That's what he calls himself. He kind of stretches. And he says, well, I'm glad that we can finally have the chance to talk without being listened to. I think it's time you started to understand the truth of things.
Vash gives an exaggerated eye roll. Like?
He looks at you and he says, well, I must admit that the tower and we don't necessarily think you would be a good fit with us.
My heart's breaking.
Not to worry. He kind of like smirks a little bit. He says, that was never the plan in the first place. The tower, he looks up. The tower has agreed to serve as your patron for the time being. But it's appropriate now that we let you in. Yeah, you summon the wildfire spirit on your shoulder. It's appropriate now that we let you in on the true plan.
Wait, now hold on here. Are you actually here? This isn't the real you. Will the real you remember this conversation?
The real me left this echo here for you to discover, Vash. It's one of the reasons I wanted you to come here to meet him.
On.
You see, bodhisattvas were tied to the arcana. We can't leave the world. Not without, well, leaving ourselves open to die, or essentially being tracked. You see, in the world, the arcana can listen to everything we do. If we make plans that subvert them, we must be careful on how we speak of them while being listened to. Understand?
Subversion. Never heard of it.
He says,
Yes, I understand.
He kind of like looks up and he says, I never hoped to have you join the tower. More so, I was thinking that, well, you would help me tear it down. And all the other arcana with it.
Vash keeps a very straight face.
You see, he's gonna like monologue here a bit, so feel free to interrupt. He's like starts looking around the room, like maybe he lingers on like a picture that's hanging on the wall for a moment. He says, there were early discouraging days in which I always missed the mark. When we were finally close to comfort after the liars, there were people that I failed to keep safe. I thought then, foolishly, that the worst was behind us. But a portrait of that time repeats. I find this moment now replaced with an empty wish to give. You have asked for help. You have asked for us to give you something in return. As a follower of the tower, I don't have much in the way of material things. It's the nature of this relationship. But there is one thing I can give. One thing that is worth more than a magic weapon or a pile of gold. I want to teach you how to light that fire in your belly, Vash. I'm going to teach you how to become enlightened. Does that seem agreeable to you?
Always with the Enlightenment. What exactly is that supposed to mean?
When you like sigh, he kind of like crosses his arms and he's smirking, but he's like smirking at you in a judgmental way. He says, well, if you're going to tear down and destroy the Arcana, you'll need to be enlightened in order to replace them with whatever comes next.
Who says I want to replace them?
You simply wish the world to cease to exist, then.
What makes you so sure it would?
The Arcana are powerful symbols, Vash, anchors in our universe. something has to fill the position. We did the same thing when we destroyed the liars. He looks up when he says this, and he says, if we don't replace these anchors, the flesh will win, or it will all simply cease to exist. Now, I made a promise to a friend, and he looks up again and he says, oh, I couldn't give you what you needed. He's not talking to you now. He says, it is all my fault. I was too much of a coward to believe I'd lost it all. But I'll bring you home yet, friend. You never owed them anything. As for you, Vash, let's start with breathing. Because you've been doing it wrong your whole life.
Playing to make.
He sits down on the floor and he crosses his legs and he gestures to a spot a few feet from him, like, sit down.
Before I do, if I'm willing to entertain this, you said that you've seen this portrait before?
I said a portrait of that time repeats.
As in, history repeats.
As it tends to do. Repeats itself. You see, the reason that the Arcana is flawed, I believe, is, and I've suspected this for a long time, understand that saying this out loud in our world would be heresy. One of them, or more, perhaps, is working with the flesh.
Hmm.
And with your group being so heavily influenced by the Arcana, one can never be sure if one of them is the mole.
Fair enough.
But
Vash goes and probably like 10 feet away, sits down, cross-legged.
yeah, so he's basically like, he's gonna take some time to teach you like breathing techniques. Like, think of like breath of fire or yoga. You ever heard of the breath of fire? It's a yoga thing.
No.
So this is like a
Is it a
real tech.
game?
It's like a real technique where you like, you increase your breathing. It's all about like rejuvenating the body quickly if you're tired or what have you. It's a breathing technique that helps you like become alert and awake and focused. And that's sort of what he's teaching you. So like as you guys are sitting there, he's like rolling the muscles on his stomach as he's like breathing, and he's taking really quick, rapid breaths, and then he'll pause, and his breathing will get extremely slow, slower than a person should be capable. We're talking like 5-minute breaths in a single breath. So really like slow breathing. And certainly there's some meditation, so clearing thoughts. And this might go on for a little while. There's conversation throughout. And
Excellent. So I have a question.
yeah, go for it.
You said that. Why do you hold it so long? You said that you did this before. Replace the Arcana.
The symbols, they belonged to the Lyres for a time.
Done this before, and here we are again. Why are you so sure that my idea will fail?
The truth is, I don't know that it won't fail. My belief is that whoever you replace them with, they won't be swayed by corruption. I suspect I know who is behind the betrayal of heaven. But our problem was always with the court itself from the founding. You see, in our time, we had to make compromises, deals with each other to keep civil war from breaking out. But the court itself, heaven's instrument on earth, it was corrupt from its founding. They betray their gods. Not only that, but the court.
For one to speak.
I'm one to speak. You think I betray the tower?
Is that not what you were just saying?
He looks up, and there's like a rumble of thunder from the sky. And he shakes his head. And he says, "No, the tower knows about this. The tower wants this. You can meet him for yourself if you like."
I don't think Vash says anything to that.
You see, before apotheosis, before we made him into what he is now, I made a promise to my friend that if this didn't work out, I wouldn't make him stay like this. And to be honest with you, if you're going to tear them down and replace them, it has to be all of them. It won't work if you keep this one standing and destroy the rest.
So the tower is your friend?
Best friend I've ever had.
You know what I intend to do?
I do.
That's better than that seems counterintuitive.
He'll help you for the most part. I just ask that when the time comes, he doesn't suffer unneedily.
They seem to be waiting for a response.
Mm-hmm.
Vash thinks it over. And
Yeah, he
no more
starts.
than he has to, I suppose.
He starts up on his monologue again. He says, "So I had this empty wish to give, so I give. I gave everything I had for all the wrong reasons. Through the courting, I found myself lonely, lost, and in this tragic dismay, I faced reckoning. Unable to make right. I never could believe what we had become." He looks up to the sky again. Whether I like it or not, the facts are simple. I cannot run from them. This cold reality I made. This selfishly welcomed war machine. He like gestures to the walls. This had become our personal hell. We learned to be thankful for the loneliness, but well, I promise you, Vash, there is no weight that can hold us down, even with our guilt. There's like a pause of silence. Maybe we like fade out from the scene. We can come back to it in a second. What do you think?
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. So, one of our last folks here. I don't have to copy Odayn over for this one. Odayn. You step through into the darkness, and there's a bright light. And you find yourself standing in a very well decorated room. Looking around, instinctively, you know these things belong to you. There's several instruments, some very nice statues. The floor is this beautiful, perfect marble. The walls, too. There's decorations, there's tabards. And then you notice one of the statues moves. And it barks at you. As this heavenly golden dog notices your arrival and runs up to you.
Am I wearing the same clothes? Or am I wearing something different?
Oh, good question. You look down at your clothes and your hands, and they're different. Instead of wearing your normal garb, you see a technicolored cloak. Let me do this. And this. Oh no, is that not going to work? All right, that's fine. So I'm going to show you your new token. I will have to keep Odayn copied over here so you can see. You're the token that says the Fool. Just for the record, your token has to stay here so we can see. But yeah, you see. I mean, it's this weird Technicolor pattern cloak. You're holding, you see the representation of the Fool from the card. You're holding a staff and a flower. They're not your hands. You know that by looking at them. And you instinctively know that this is a memory.
Do I have control of myself, or do I just remember it's something that happened in the past?
You have control over yourself, and you remember this now. Like, this is all coming back to you as you experience it. Here's the dog, the heavenly dog, in case anyone didn't get a look at it. Yeah, and the dog kind of like jumps up at you and is like all happy to see you and stuff.
I pet it and give it a good scratch on the ears. Hey boy, I guess we ended up back here, huh?
Yeah, the dog's very happy to see you. It's like circling you, rubbing on you, wagging its tail, panting. And then this sense of like urgency starts to build. And the dog hears something at the door over here. And turns to it. and starts to growl.
Do I have? Can I try summoning my weapon?
You can try.
I try. Does it appear?
It does not.
And I'm assuming the only thing I have right now is the
The
staff.
This
Pole.
this like wooden pole. It's got like a bag on the end of it tied to it.
Mhm.
You also have the stuff in the room. There's tons of gold on the floor, like here and here. There's just piles of gold. There's like a hookah here. The dog goes to the door, hearing some kind of commotion, and then we see a man enter the room in a hurry. He closes the door behind him and presses his back up to it. And he looks at you. He looks down at the dog and he says, "Ah, good boy. Now, look, we really," and he looks at you, "we really have to move up those plans. It's gonna need to happen now. We're in a hurry. Make a perception. What's your passive?"
Well, it depends because now that I have the Sentinel Shield, it's a 17. But if I don't have the Sentinel Shield, it's a 12.
Make a perception check. Oy. So you don't see much, but as he opens the door and comes in, you hear the sound of like a lot of armored boots on stone coming from outside.
What's happening?
Well, it seems the Arcana found, or well, drummed up some sort of evidence of treachery on our part. Look, I know it's false. We haven't done anything, but I don't trust these guys. I think they're up to something. Look, he kind of approaches you. He looks something like this.
Can I do a quick history check to see if I even remember what this guy's name is?
Yeah.
Who he is or how he's related to me?
He is the Bodhisattva of the Fool. He is your Nurnum.
Does he have a name?
Yeah, let's see here. A-N-U. Anu. Or Anu. Anu. Or Anu.
Okay, I knew what. Remind me what the plan was again. We need to go, right?
Well, you do. Certainly. He darts over to this window here, and he like pulls the curtains aside, and you see like a beautiful like stained glass window, the depiction of the fool on it. And then he pulls out this beautiful golden scimitar that he has like on his hip, and he cuts his hand, and he starts tracing some runes on the window. And he says, "Look, I know it's a little soon, but we don't have much time. We really need to go now." And right when he says that, like he gets done tracing these runes, there's a pounding at the door. Boom, boom, boom. And then he pauses and he looks at you.
Let me try to block the door. Can I try to grab one of these spears or weapons from these statues and see if I can block the doorway?
Make a strength check. Yeah. All right. So you're able to like grab a hold of the statue. I don't know if I can actually grab it. It's under another thing, so hang on. front.
Ooh, giant wall.
And there we go. So you can move this over to here.
Mm-hmm.
You drag it over there.
Yeah.
And like wedge it in front of the door. And Anu says, you might have to buy us some time. I'm gonna need a few seconds, a minute or so at least. And then we hear a familiar voice from the other side of the door. It is the voice of Lapel. And he says, "Look, I really think it's time for you all to let us in. We can have a intelligent conversation about this, perhaps."
Not by the hairs of my chinny chin chin.
All right. Here's what we're gonna do. One second.
He's gonna huff and puff.
And blow.
You hear Lapel say, "That is unfortunate. I truly don't think we're enemies, but if you insist," and then he saying to someone else, he says, "Why don't you go ahead and start knocking the door down then?" And there's like a hard kick on the door. We hear a female grunt. And the door like boom, the statue shakes a little bit, but it doesn't come down.
She says, "B5 fum. I smell the blood of a treacherous man."
As she says that, I grab the statue and push it towards the door.
You're grabbing another one?
Yeah.
All right. Make a strength check. No, okay, yeah. Okay. Let me do this again. We'll just grab this, move it to the front, and then put this back. No problem. It doesn't look weird when I take the map apart like that.
Have you ever heard of destruction of property? No trespassing.
Yeah, you hear Lapel's voice say, "I'm afraid desperate times call for desperate measures, really. If we can just have a civilized conversation about this."
Well, we can talk right now. Just make sure you don't destroy my door. What would you like to talk about?
Serafina, would you like to make another check?
Okay, athletics.
Yeah, or strength, like whatever's best. 21. So, boom, the door cracks. The first statue like tilts a little bit, looks like it's about to fall over, and then it tilts back and hits the door.
So you wanted a peaceful conversation? Should probably call off your guards.
Yeah, Lapel says, we have an army out here, but we prefer not to use them."
Right, so we can talk right now. What is it that you want to talk about?
There's no point in talking. That's Bodhisattva. I'd like to soak my wings with traitor's blood.
Make another check.
And I start flying towards another athletics, or
I mean, the door's really the only way in. He's barricaded himself. Yeah, we see like Anu's like looking, like tracing blood on the walls, like looking over his shoulder, sweating.
It's like, can I ask for help from Lapel?
Yeah, I'll give you a hand. I'll give you advantage. Ooh, a 27. All right, so the first statue is like knocked down and shatters. It hits the floor and shatters. Okay, Odayn. Make a strength check to try to push the other statue up against the door.
Is it athletics or just normal strength
It
check?
can be. I suppose it can be either. It's fine. Athletics is fine too. You slide it up against the door. It's not very sturdy. This statue is lighter than the last one.
And then I'd also like to try to hold on, I guess, like sort of
Like
use my own strength. Yeah, use my own strength to hold the door back.
All right. All right. So they're gonna start wailing on the door. It's gonna be contest until they get in, or Anu gets the symbol up and working.
All right. On you anytime.
Yeah. He's like, just stall them. The dog barks and runs up to give you aid, but it doesn't know what to do. All right. Seraphina with advantage versus Odayn. Athletics checks, please. 27 to 20. He's holding you back. The dog starts going crazy. One more. Let's do it again.
Oof.
Oh. So this time she gives it another kick, and the door flies open. The statue flies into you, and it knocks you down on a crit, and like it's on top of you. But give it like a turn. You'll be able to pick it up off of you or whatever. Anu sees this and comes running over to the door.
No, stay. I got this.
You don't. As the two of them enter the room. So here is our tokens. They're a little updated, a little different. So we got lapel, and the Seraphina token. This is a much younger Seraphina, new to serving death. Well, new, I guess. Head of the Death's Tianchi for sure. As they storm in. And Lapel steps forward, kind of giving a concerned look at Seraphina, and says, "Please, there's no need for a fight. We can handle this civilly. Surely there's been some kind of a mistake."
You think Death does mistakes? I don't think so. And then I start flying, like spreading my wings,
Yeah,
and I fly towards them.
Yeah, these beautiful golden wings open up. Now, you recognize Seraphina Odayn now. Like you remember this form. It's a different body. It's not Fee's body, but you remember this. You recognize this form. All right, so you spread your wings. Anu draws his scimitar. And he looks at you, Odayn, and he says, "Go, now." Make an athletics check to get the statue off of you. He manages to scooch it off you. It scrapes across the marble. And Anu draws a scimitar and takes a swing at Lapel, who dodges it. And then he does this thing where he like screams really loud, and it like stuns both of them for a second. And then he points at the window and he says, "Run now!" And then he starts fighting with them.
Come, boy.
Yeah, there's like a moment of hesitation as the dog looks up at Lapel. and like he's thinking about nipping at his heels or something, and then he thinks better of it and charges after you. So we see like Anu, and he's like trading blows with Lapel and Seraphina. He's like blocking her sword. Lapel takes some swings. He doesn't use a weapon, obviously, monk. And there's like this equal exchange going on. He gets thrown through the statue that was on top of you as it shatters, like lands on the piano. Lapel tries to deliver a killing blow but misses and like breaks the piano in half. And then Seraphina like strides forward, and what does she do, Ferdy?
What level am I?
All the levels.
Okay. She'll say a word, a phrase from death, and it's power word kill.
Yeah, so Odayn, you
The
charge towards
spell.
yeah. You charge through the window, you jump
Can
through
I-
it, breaking
Can I try
the
to spell that before jumping off?
Ooh. Okay. Sure, you can try.
I
What
don't know. Like, I don't know what my powers are.
huh?
I don't know what my powers are as the fool. Would I be
Uh,
able to?
Well, the only problem is that power word kill is a 9th level spell. I think. Link counter spell.
Well, that was my question. I don't have it, but I don't know what my powers are as the fool, because I would be an Arcana, right?
Yeah. Okay. You don't have counter spell normally?
Not at the level. Yeah, not as my normal Odayn.
Oh, okay. So let me look up the spell and see if a bard would have it. It says
It has to be a magical secret or one of those.
classes: sorcerer,
Warlock has it.
wizard. Yeah, I'm gonna say no. You can't counterspell it.
Okay.
I mean, makes sense why we haven't seen this bodhisattva before, I suppose. So okay, we see you go charging towards the window as he's fighting these guys, and then Seraphina like steps forward and like holds her sword down, speaks a word, and there's a flash of light that fills up the room. And once the flash dissipates, there's just like a pile of ash on the ground where Anu was, like kind of leaning up against the piano. And then you have just enough time to like leap through the window. Basically.
All right.
You see you jump through the window, and you're falling. So like once you go through the window, the outside of it, all we see is clouds in every direction. Bright blue sky. We don't see the sun, but the sky is bright blue. There's clouds everywhere. And you leap through and you're falling. You turn back and look, and you see your dog jump through after you, and it's just falling. Its legs are going crazy. And yeah, we see you guys falling towards these clouds. And that's where that scene ends. Vash. Have you taken the time to try to learn the breathing?
Probably, yeah. I don't think Vash sees any reason not to try.
Okay. Make a wisdom check.
Fair wisdom?
Yeah. Religion, I suppose, would work if that was better for you.
No, it's not.
So it's not going super great. You know, like you're trying, but man, this guy breathes so slow. Like, how does he do it? It makes no sense. how someone can breathe that slowly. So you're like running out of breath. And Nurnum says, see, I told you, it's harder than you think when you've been learning it wrong your whole life. Eating, too.
What exactly is this supposed to help with? So I won't drown?
No, it's to open the mind. It's to get you ready for what comes next.
You know what else would do that? A little bit of information.
What else can I tell you? What else do you need to know, Vash?
Bit cliche, but why me?
Truth is, I think you might be the only one who can do it. Who is motivated enough, destructive enough. It's not because you're particularly special or that you were born to do this, but you seem to have the drive that would be needed.
Suppose I'll take that as a compliment.
Tell me, did you ever intend to have a family?
No. No, never figured into it.
Good. For your sake, I hope it stays that way.
Don't see it changing.
Now, we'll need something to, or someone, to replace each arcana. I suppose.
So you say, but I haven't agreed to that yet.
Well, it's going to be hard to destroy them without it. Doesn't have to be you. If there's another close, they could take up the mantle that would hold a similar impact, a similar symbol as the destruction of the tower. He kind of like puts his hand to his chin, like strokes his beard for a second, and then he says, well, the kobold may be a good substitute. If not you.
Do that to issue.
Say I wouldn't do that to Ishu, is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
You've made it clear this is no gift, or you wouldn't be trying to save your friend. Certainly not going to sentence mine.
In our case, it wasn't all my decision. It's what he wanted. Wasn't.
What is your plan? What is the intention of your plan? That I replace the tower and then tear down the Arcana?
No. Probably best to save the tower for last. If you want to hold on to your patronage.
Patronage.
Well, I assume you'll need power to tear down the other Arcana, yes?
I certainly wouldn't say no to it.
Then you wouldn't want to destroy the source of that power until the time is right.
Isn't this the same sticky bargain that's restricting you, though?
Hmm. Perhaps. I hope that the compromises you all make, if any, would be different than ours. The world's a different place than it was 10,000 years ago. I would hope.
A day over 9,000.
I would hope that you all can build something different, better.
Just shakes his head. Hopes for fools.
Well, it's all we have. At some point, the things cannot stay the way they are. Something has to happen. If an arcana is working with the flesh, it is only a matter of time. And trust me, you don't want to see what happens if the flesh enters heaven and corrupts the arcana to serve its purpose. There'll be no stopping them then.
Is the flesh tied to the liars? Is this history repeating itself?
In some aspects, yes. Perhaps it's time I introduced you. And he stands up and he walks over to the base of the stairs.
Oh, yep, totally got this breathing down. Let's move on.
It will take time. Practice it. I would practice in the beginning for an hour at each dawn. There's more to learn. We will start teaching when you return to the world, if that's okay with you.
We'll see.
Do you go up the stairs with him?
Yeah, if that's where he's going.
All right. So we see you guys approach the stairs and start walking up. On the way up the stairs, you see a lot of these depictions of battles, like I was describing earlier. One of them shows a picture of, it's like painted from the point of view of the ocean at like sea level, and we see a bunch of like what can probably best described as like mer people. And they're swimming through the water, panicking, swimming away from this thing in the background. And in the background, we see this giant snake-like, sort of dragon-looking creature. It's blue, and it's got its head coming up from the water. But there's a dragon, like a big, immense dragon that's like holding it down with one paw, and it's bringing its mouth in to like make a killing blow on its neck. The caption at the bottom of the picture, like the title, it says the tower stands against the Leviathan. It's like a commemorative battle portrait.
Implying that the tower is the dragon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The dragon in the image is bronze colored. I suppose it could also be like a warrior for the tower or something like that, right? Yeah, and there's several images like this. There's images of like a big city being destroyed by like catapult siege engines, buildings crumbling apart, and a similar, like the whole city's on fire, and there's like a similar title that says like the tower stands against demonic invasion circa the year 3284, something like that. Yeah, and there's all kinds of stuff like this, just commemorating like past battles as you guys like ascend.
And all of them seemingly victorious for the tower.
Yes, seemingly.
Okay.
There's nothing that like depicts the tower losing, or anything like that. No. And the stairs go on for a while. At some point, there's a rumble of thunder and like a crack of lightning, and the pole that's in the middle of the stairwell hums like a tuning fork as this happens. And you all continue to walk up. Let me do a thing here.
Is this the tower?
Like, you're asking Nurnum if where you guys
yeah,
are
yeah.
right now is the tower?
Yeah.
He says, a representation, certainly. Very least.
I went black.
Hang on. I'm doing something.
Okay.
And at some point, you do eventually come to the roof of this place. The stairwell opens onto a rooftop. Let me fix this. There we go. Oh no. Oh man, I totally botched it. Hang on. Can I undo? I can. Alright, sorry. Just a second. Just a
You're
second.
good. Vash looks over. Oh, hey, Odayn.
I
Takes a minute to fix my mistake here. Okay.
You said your friend is the tower, and that you promised to free him from this? You say he knows about it, but does that mean he's not going to resist when the time comes?
No, it doesn't.
That figures.
Survival is instinctual, and well, he's not completely himself. Not anymore.
So, no open discussion of the plan then?
There can be open discussion.
Just none of the end part.
It's not a secret. No, he can be made aware. But understand the tower is an instrument of destruction. When the time comes, don't be surprised if you're tested.
That's what I can do.
Man, it really is just not cooperating on this map. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to put you guys in a different part of the map because I can't move it on top for some reason. So it's still going to look fine, I think. Here we go. There we go. So you find yourself at the roof, coming up the stairwell here, And at the top of this tower, there's this big, like fire light. Like think of like a lighthouse light. It's all fire though. There's a storm raging overhead. We hear the sounds of rainfall and rumbling thunder and that sort of thing. If I can find all the sounds. Here we go. There we go. And looking out from the top of this tower, you see a city that has just been destroyed. It goes on presumably forever. It is dark, but as far as you can see, it's just this ruins of what was once some kind of city. All the buildings crumbling, destroyed seemingly by war machines.
Is there any resemblance to any of the pictures that I saw? The cities in those?
Actually, it kind of. Have you ever been to Creation, the capital city?
No, I don't think so.
It kind of looks like any depictions you might have seen of it. It looks quite a bit like that, except for obviously destroyed.
Right.
So there's that. Yeah. So, what are you guys talking about as you step onto the roof here?
I think the last thing that we were just talking about.
Refresh my memory.
Oh, that's the wrong way.
It's working on the
It
map.
was whether or not the tower would resist when the time came, and whether or not Vash could openly discuss plans and whatnot. So, yeah.
Yeah. So he says the tower is on the plan. There are no secrets, and to be honest, I don't believe I could keep them from him if I wanted to. This isn't about a betrayal of him. This is more, for me at least, about a promise that I made to my friend that I intend to keep.
Oh, lovely scenery.
He wouldn't want to serve an unjust court, an unjust arcana, you see. He was built to tear down, and that is what he would want to do. He gestures like out into the darkness, and looking out, beyond like the ruins of the city, you see these two pale green orbs that are just hovering there in the darkness.
He points to him.
Yeah.
And what are those?
He kind of smirks. There's a crack of lightning as the area lights up, and you can see out in the darkness what the two orbs are. They're eyes, and attached to those eyes is a very, very big body of a very big dragon. Looks something like this. The dragon from the picture. Well, this is the bronze dragon from the picture. And yeah, it here, I can put it on the screen. You know, see how big it is. Why don't we just we can just maybe not do that, actually. Delete. this stuff, maybe? No.
Vash, once he sees what it is, he very quickly glances over at Nernum, sort of suspiciously.
And Nernum looks at you and gives you a knowing look, and he says, remember when I told you all the dragons are dead? It's not
Yeah, distinctly.
It's not entirely untrue, you see. Some managed to live in other ways, I suppose.
Is your friend a dragon?
You see, we called him the Tower because of his strength, his power in battle. He never failed to hold the line. Quite the war machine, this one. The dragon is slowly approaching you guys.
Vash is trying to take in all the details.
Yeah. As the dragon flies up to the edge of the tower and sort of hovers there, beating its wings,
Vash
just
takes a step back,
looking down at you all. Yeah, there's another crack of lightning to drive in the suspense. And Nernum turns to you and he says, I knew him when he was freshly hatched. Like I said, the best friend I've ever had. The metallics, they're different, you see. And becoming a great worm, well, it was the only way to really stop them. The liars. We had to destroy their symbols, replace them.
You're speaking in terms I don't understand.
You see, when a dragon ascends to what might be considered godhood, I suppose, undergoes apotheosis, they become something else. This one, and he gestures at the immense dragon that's just looking down at you all, kind of menacingly. There's no doubt about it. There's a very dangerous aspect to this thing. Matter of fact, make a wisdom save, just because frightful presence, right?
Really not. Where's my calculation?
The DC is 20.
Oh, okay.
All right, there you go. So yeah, you managed to shake off the instinctual fear, the thing that would make you lose control and flee from this thing. You're able
Vash
to
is-
overcome that.
Vash is, all of his muscles are taut, ready to fight and or leap away.
And Nernum says, all the metallics were good. Even before the liars, when the Kalishtar ruled our world, the metallics were birthed from the creation of the fountain itself. These great worms, they're more of an aspect of what they were than anything. This one represents all the bronze across all the worlds in one form. It's not just one entity anymore, you see. So, you've seen something very few people have. None, actually, other than myself.
There's
I
a
get-
twitch of Vash's eye as he realizes something.
Yeah, the Kalishtar, what he said about the Kalishtar? Yeah.
Something else.
Oh, okay. All right. Gotcha. You can let me know later. He takes a step towards him and he says, I guess the only question I have left for you is, will you help us? Will you help us destroy the Arcana? Save the world from the flesh? Destroy everything that needs to be destroyed? Break the wheel? Something new needs to come from this, you understand? Following destruction is rebirth. The world needs this.
Vash is quiet for a minute. Still trying to keep. He's because Nurnum is moving away. He's trying to keep the dragon and Nurnum in his view. So he takes a step back and kind of half glances over to Nurnum. He says, "I'll let you help me."
Do we have an agreement then?
I have a deal.
Good. He looks up at the dragon. The dragon looks down at you all. There's a slight pause as it opens its mouth, and we see you teleport. Where are you teleporting to?
Slightly down the stairs.
All right,
I don't want to be there. Fuck that.
Yeah, you teleport 15 feet down the stairs. All right. Then you hear like the crash of lightning again, and thunder as you see a streak of lightning jet through the tower, like through the tower itself in front of you. After teleporting, you're 15 feet down, so maybe it hits just below you. And you feel the weight of the entire building starting to shift as the part you're standing on starts to fall off. And we get the camera like zooms out, and we get that intention, like that image of the tower card where it's being struck by lightning and it's coming apart, and there's the people falling, and it's like you and Nurnum falling from like this destroyed tower. But the only difference is there's an immense dragon in the background that's using its breath weapon to destroy the tower, and that's where we end that scene and the session.
That's awesome.
Yay!
Oh,
Yay! It's a good session. It's a good session, guys. That's good.
that was amazing.
Cool. I'm glad you enjoyed. I've been waiting for this reveal for a long time. So I hope it was worth, and I hope you all enjoyed your individual scenes. I wanted to give like a little lore, a little backstory to everybody, a little personal spotlight on everybody.
I'm dead.
You're not really dead.
I
Don't
know,
worry.
I'm kidding.
But we might need to look at something here. So technically, we'll talk
It's
about
not
this
true.
between sessions, maybe. But I want to think about maybe giving your character a flaw. Like some kind of flaw, because like your fear conquered you is kind of what that symbolizes. Now, I don't think it's gonna like cause you to fail your mission or anything, but I don't know. It might surface in some kind of weird quirk, you know. It's up to you. We don't have to do that. I just think it might be kind of a cool idea.
Yeah. I'll think about it.
All right. All right. Well, did everybody enjoy the session at least today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I
very
think it was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I hope so. I hope it didn't feel like too forced. I just kind of want to do some neat RP stuff, backstory reveals, and some of that. By the way, Odayn, you're gonna have that memory like permanently. You're gonna remember being the fool now, and perhaps even like some of your past lives and stuff. Um.
Okay.
So yeah, we can have a conversation about that. What that means for Odayn, maybe.
Okay.
Between sessions. But that's a thing I kind of wanted to do. Yeah.
Does
Sounds
he
good.
remember the plan?
Yeah. I don't know what the plan is.
Oh yeah.
Well, basically,
Or
yeah.
why I was
Plan
running
for you to
away.
Yeah.
Why they were after me.
We'll have a conversation about that, maybe off camera. But the premise
Okay.
is like, well, there's some other stuff that was talked about in the episode, maybe in some other people's thing that might have something to do with what was going on there, if that makes sense. Like,
Right.
Nurnum was talking about how one of the Arcana is betraying the rest, and then we had that thing where they found evidence, supposedly, that it was the fool that was betraying the rest of the Arcana. But Odayn,
Fool would make the best patsy. I mean,
right? Right? Exactly. That's kind of what I'm getting at here. Yeah. And the army headed by a young, strong Tianchi who doesn't listen to reason. You got this Bodhisattva who's trying to get them on the straight and narrow, but at some point he loses all his memory. This was before that. So at some point, maybe he learned something he shouldn't have learned. So we don't know what's going on there. I think it's kind of clear. So yeah, there's been some subtle reveals here that maybe, we'll learn about more later. But I really wanted to get through all of that stuff. So next session we'll be picking up. You guys will all be together in the Master's Palace, and we'll move on from there. Hey guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for playing, players. Unrooted, always good to have you here. Silver Tiger, great to have you here. We had a couple like first time chatters tonight too, so thanks for coming out. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate the support. Watch us live every Monday. We normally start at 5:30 Central. We were a little bit late today. And check us out every other Friday for Unknown New Orleans. And all the stuffs. Links in description on TikTok and Rumble stuff now too. We're adding more and more social media. Does anybody got any?
For anybody who
Experience.
likes to listen when we give out experience, yeah.
For experience, everyone take 3 for RP. I'm gonna give I'm just gonna give you guys all 3 for RP. I'll give yeah, I'm just gonna give you all 3 for RP.
I do think that Ferdy played the older or the younger Seraphina really funny.
Everyone take an extra 3 for creative. You all did something kind of creative today, so everyone take an extra 3 for that. Yeah, we'll just give everybody 6 XP today.
It's been a while since Seraphina popped up.
Do what?
It's been a while since Seraphina popped up, so
yeah. So, whew, that was a good session, and it's probably only gonna get more heated from here. So, we're at like the top of the roller coaster now. We're about to go down the slope, But yeah, I don't know. I
think I'm taking the express version off the tower.
I got nothing else for you guys, so I guess that's how I'll end. You guys got anything else you want to shout out, or are you all just gonna be at stunned silence?
I think we're scared.
Yeah.
All right, we can have a quick talk after, okay? But thanks for watching, folks. Have a great week. Bye.
Bye,
Stream with
guys.
us.
Night stream.